Hello, everyone. This is Matt Duborg with the Fireside Chat and Shifts and Pucks podcast. And we're just getting underway with the 2026 entry draft. Um, it's nice to be broadcasting. This is the first time I've been solo hosting a show, so it's a little bit of a different experience. The lot to talk about with the Calgary Flames and the Vancouver Canucks, who are the primary focus of the entry draft for this coverage. Calgary has many picks, one fewer after trading for Simone Nemec, but still picking at number 6, number 30, 36, 51, 55, 65, and 68. And the Vancouver Canucks are picking at number 3, I do believe 24, 33, and I think that's it, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Anyhow, lots of movement before the draft has started, with the Flames making one trade and pretty much everybody else making a handful of moves, some better than others. Buffalo coming away like bandits with the okay, I seem to have frozen. Okay, now we're back. Just seemed to froze for a while. The Buffalo Sabres making out like bandits with the Bowen Byram acquisition or trade to get the 4th overall pick. The Utah apparently Utah Mammoth have apparently traded JJ Peterka to Boston. The Ducks traded Zellweger to Buffalo for the 45th overall pick, and Wahlberg, a good trade for both teams, as Buffalo gets a replacement for Bowen Byram, and the Ducks get the equivalent of 2 good second-round draft picks. The 45th overall selection in this draft, which they acquired in that trade for Bowen Byram, plus Anton Wahlberg was drafted 39th overall 2 years ago, and is a big 6'4" center, so he'll probably end up making the Ducks likely next year in a depth role. Anytime you add a 6'4" center that has offensive abilities, that's a very good acquisition. The Flames, the big splash that they made was acquiring Simon Nemec, Maxim Siplikov for the 35th overall pick and 2 future first-round draft picks, and Etienne Morin. For Flames fans that are not overly familiar with Simon Nemec, he more or less profiles to be a similar defenseman as Zane Parekh. Very much an all offense, no defense type defenseman. If he can learn how to be average defensively, much like with Parekh, the offensive skill that is inherent with this player will be amazing for this team. And with both being right shots, but Parekh being a left defenseman primarily, the thought of them eventually being a top pair, that's going to create a lot of havoc for everybody, because as soon as the Flames get the puck, either of those guys can either lead the rush or fight or a very long pass to the forwards, and the transition game between the two of them, like, that's gonna make the other team have a lot of difficulties. So that's a very good trade for the Flames. The price that the New Jersey Devils get for that trade, very high quality assets, 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick. That you can never complain about getting those type of assets. But realistically, those picks will likely be in the 20s, probably in the back half of the 20s when they are being made. So you're not going to be getting a super flashy player with either of those draft picks. And because of the Flames having so many draft picks over the next handful of years, it's a good way to bundle some assets together to get a really good player. And I feel that Nemec, especially with the Flames having Coach Huska, who's excellent at coaching defense, we saw how Zane Parekh over the season became a lot better in his own zone and really came on strong in the last 20 games of the season. If he can do the same thing with Nemec, this has the potential to be a star player in this league, not just a top quality defenseman. So Calgary did very well with this trade, and it'll be interesting to see what other moves that other teams have. You're starting to see some re-signings trickle out. Colorado re-signed Brent Burns and Brett Kulak earlier today. Burns just a 1-year, $850,000 deal, and Kulak a 5-year, $4.5 million deal, which good for him. It's good to see him playing on a contending team, especially after getting out of Edmonton. The LA Kings have also re-signed Brandt Clark to a 5-year, $7.4 million contract. Very excellent. Yeah. So we will see. Sorry, having some technical difficulties, but that seems to have resolved. The draft is about to begin, and we will be breaking that down. My co-host on Fireside Chat, Dan Stevenson, he'll be joining us soon as we get close to the 5th overall pick. So that way he can also give his 2 cents on what the Flames are going to do, and we will see. As for the draft itself, the only real sure thing is that the first overall selection will be Gavin McKenna. I don't see the Toronto Maple Leafs taking anybody other than the single most hyped player in the draft, first overall. He might not necessarily even be the best player in this draft. Both Chase Reed and Ivar Stenberg have both been thought of as being potential second overall picks. And, the floor between all 3 of those guys is not very much. And frankly, there are likely 8 players that are in a group together, and the Flames picking 6th and the Vancouver Canucks picking 3rd. We're sure to get one each of us. It'll be just interesting to see which direction teams go. I do not think the San Jose Sharks will select a defenseman. They were very much linked to Chase Reed before they acquired the 9th overall pick for William Eklund. So it's likely that they will take Ivar Stenberg 2nd overall, which, if that was the case and they took Reed, you would have likely seen Stenberg go to Vancouver, which would have been a huge boon to them. But they will have their choice between Caleb Malhotra and Chase Reed as the 2 other players that are in the top 4 in terms of talent. And then things get a little bit weird now that Buffalo is picking fourth overall. Them losing Bowen Byram, it's hard to replace that kind of offensive skill in their team. But, like they could either go with the defenseman like Reed if he falls to them, or if they feel that they need some more scoring up front, Vigo Bork is a very excellent option, or Caleb Malhotra if the Canucks decide to go in a different direction. Many different options for each team. This is one of those years where there's not really a set like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 where like you just definitely know that it's going to be these guys in this order. Like it pretty much after the number 1 and number 2, it's pretty much a jump ball between picks 3 and probably 13 or 14, where guys could jump all over the place. A guy like Wyatt Cullen, who his stats have been very good, but he was thought of as an undersized player, had a late growth spurt. He might jump up into the top 10, or he might be there at like 14 or 15. It's hard to say. And there's just so much randomness. Like somebody might think that Vigo Bork at 5'9" might not be the best option. And yet, like in terms of offensive skill and talent, he is probably the 3rd or 4th best player in the draft behind Stenberg, McKenna, and maybe Chase Reed, but he's in that same tier of talent. It's just his 5'9" frame might put some teams off, and he might end up falling into the 10s, or maybe even going all the way down to 15 potentially. If certain teams don't feel that he can overcome his lack of size. And frankly, it'll be interesting to see what the Calgary Flames do when they get to pick number 6. Acquiring Simon Nemec, like for myself, when we were discussing on our show on Fireside Chat, we were discussing the need for a defenseman just to add to guys like Parekh, Bruce Davich, Ball, and guys like Henry Muse in the system, just to flesh out the organization to make sure that they had enough top end talent. But getting Nemec in, it makes it a little bit interesting because with there being 4 defensemen that are rated in that range, Chase Reed, Albert Smits, Carson Carrolls, and Keaton Verhoff, all 4 of them are good offensive and defensive defensemen. So it'll be interesting to see with the Nemec acquisition if the Flames redirect their desires more towards leaning towards getting one of the forwards, whether a guy like Caleb Malhotra falls, or do they go after Vigo Bork? It's also potentially possible that they could trade down if a player like, say, Tynan Lawrence is high on their list and they feel that they can get him at 9, 10, or 11. They might feel that it's a good idea to get additional assets, or they might just overload their defense and have an absolutely stellar crop if they get any of Carroll, Smits, or Verhoff. I do not feel that Chase Reed will be there at 6, but that would also be an excellent acquisition. Calgary might end up just having an overloaded defense core, which, as we saw with the Buffalo Sabres, they struggled for many years, but like they were able to add guys like Dahlin, like Owen Power, like Bowen Byram into their organization, and as they got a little older and more experienced at the NHL level, they took off and now are looking like one of the elite teams. And if Calgary decides to emulate that a bit, you could end up walking away with like 3 dynamite defensemen between Nemec, Parekh, and whomever they would select at number 6. it's very interesting to see exactly how things will shake out for the Calgary Flames on that regard. And we will see exactly how things start to shake out as now the Toronto Maple Leafs are on the clock, and you see that Gavin McKenna is, um, you know, being featured heavily on the screen. So I'm sure that in a minute and a half that he will be named by Gary Bettman, and he will join Wendell Clark and Austin Matthews as the only other first overall picks by the Toronto Maple Leafs. So, yeah, we will see then. Just checking on, seeing if there is any other news. The Utah Mammoth have traded JJ Peterka for 2 first-round picks. But it just has not yet been announced yet, because I think that they are not wanting to upstage the McKenna pick. Yes, and also during this show, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave them in chat, and it should pop up on our feed, so that way we can also answer any questions, or if you have any thoughts about draft picks or trades or anything really. So, and seeing Gary Bettman hyping up the crowd, it's interesting to see how much he's actually starting to get a little bit more care from the fans, not nearly as often as he's getting booed like crazy. So only mild. And it seems that Justin Bieber is going to be making an appearance. So yeah, looking around at other NHL news, a lot of teams are exploring their options with restricted free agents. We're seeing some rumors that the Columbus Blue Jackets are listening on Zach Werenski. The Dallas Stars are came close to making a 3-way deal with the Seattle Kraken and the Toronto Maple Leafs that would have sent Jason Robertson to um, Seattle, and he just vetoed it due to contracts and finances. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams, like especially after the Bowen Byram deal to Chicago, that a lot of teams are like, well, let's see exactly what might be available in the trade market for our players if we're not necessarily locked in to give those guys, like in Robertson's case, like a $15 million a year deal. they might decide that, getting a whole pile of assets for him instead makes more sense. Um, it, it's tough to say, but it's definitely been a bit of a buyer's market for teams as they're shifting their priorities. And like you see that with Zellweger getting dealt to Buffalo, that the Anaheim Ducks, like they have two really good defensemen on the left side. So having Zellweger kind of being buried did not make a ton of sense for them. And much like the Devils trading Nemec to the Flames, um, having Hamilton and Hughes on the right side, it didn't really give Nemec any opportunity. And we saw in the Olympics that Nemec was one of the best at creating offensive chances for Slovakia. It's just that he did not have that opportunity. And teams are liking the idea of getting capital to address other needs for guys that are just depth pieces on their team. So it'll be interesting to see what both Vancouver and Calgary do. I don't think that it's going to be a very active time for Vancouver in the draft. I feel that they're just going to make their draft selections and that's it. They're in a bit of a weird pickle with their roster, with Elias Pettersson struggling so mightily for the team. It's hard for Vancouver to exactly plan on what steps to take next because you don't know if that he's going to continue to be the 60-ish point player that he's been over the last couple of years, or if he will re-find that 100-plus point player where he was one of the top 3 or 4 guys in the NHL. And it's hard to really quantify a direction. And like with the amount of years that he has left on his contract, it does not really make any sense for them to move off of that deal to get a different set of assets because their return is going to be virtually nothing with that deal. Like at this point, he's probably overpaid $4 to $6 million, depending on who you ask. And eating that much money for that many years, it's better for Vancouver just to hold on to the player and wait and see if he rebuilds any of his value. And if he does, then you can look to potentially move him. Or, if he returns to the player he was when he signed the contract, then you just, keep him and, you have your first line player back. But it's a bit of a tough situation for Vancouver. And, they might be mindful to take a few pages out of the Calgary Flames book where trading off some veteran players that are not necessarily going to be helpful through a rebuild, retool that they're kind of forced into at the moment to acquire a huge amount of assets and, potentially accelerate their rebuild because Vancouver does have a few good players like Braden Coots, but are kind of lacking in all areas, much like the Flames up until recently. And, it's going to be tough for the team to really turn the corner quickly. And they do have the opportunity. It's just, they're kind of just in no man's land at the moment. And, I do not really see any avenue for the Canucks to magically turn this around next year. They're going to continue to be one of the worst teams in the NHL. It'll just be interesting to see if they can lay some of the foundation pieces that they need for 4 or 5 years from now to get their team good again. And it's tough. And you look at like some of the prospects that in goal that this team has. It'll be interesting to see if with them having so many draft picks that they could conceivably take one of the many goaltenders in the middle rounds of the draft, potentially with their second round pick, if they fall in love with one of the goaltenders. Uh, I feel that both Calgary and Vancouver could use some additional depth in the goaltending department. There's no really surefire, this is our guy for the future in the system. Like, yes, Dustin Wolf is excellent for the Calgary Flames and is young, but he's graduated to the NHL now. Beyond him, like it's a big question mark whether or not this team has anybody that could be an NHL goaltender. So I feel that that's kind of a need for both teams, and it'll be interesting to see with so many picks for everybody whether or not either of those teams will take one of the good goalies at the top end of the draft. Just getting some confirmation. The JJ Peterka trade is the 23rd overall selection and a 2028 first round pick that is from Florida that is top 10 protected. Will be going to Utah for Peterka. That is a bad trade for Boston, in my opinion. But like he was not really good with Utah. I feel that Buffalo definitely got the better end of that deal, getting Doan off of the Mammoth. But at least the management in Utah realized that they made a mistake and were able to salvage that and get two quality first round picks. You can never complain with that kind of a return. And Boston did see Peterka regularly when he was with the Buffalo Sabres, so they're kind of hoping that that's the player that they're going to get, and that he just didn't fit in Utah. Who knows, though? This could either be a really brilliant trade for Boston if Peterka rebounds into the player he was when he was with Buffalo, or a head scratcher of just wasting assets on a player that's not very good anymore. Which, with his attitude issues, I'm kind of leaning towards that direction for him. So we'll see over the next year whether or not this is a good trade for them, but not a trade I would have made if I was in Boston's shoes. Definitely would have in Utah's, though. And it's interesting to see that now Utah has the 19th and 23rd overall selection in the draft. And now the pick is in for the San Jose Sharks. So we will see if they're going to go forward or defenseman. Yeah. So the Vegas Golden Knights have traded Pavel Dorofeev to the New York Rangers, potentially for the 5th overall pick. That's a huge trade. Dorofeev, I feel, is Vegas's best player, so it'd be interesting to see exactly what the return is, but you'd have to assume that the 5th overall pick is a part of that, because the Rangers don't really have a ton of anything else of value, so yeah, that's very strange. That really does throw the wrench into the mix for what happens with the Flames pick, because that'll be interesting. if Vegas gets it, because their needs are vastly different than the Rangers. So yeah, and the San Jose Sharks have drafted Ivar Stenberg as expected after getting the 9th overall pick. I would expect them, instead of using the 2nd overall pick on Chase Reed, that they will pick whomever is available between Daxon, Rudolph, Keaton, Berhoff, Carson Carrolls, Albert Smiths, and Chase Reed. If any of those guys fall to 9, I would expect them to draft one of those guys, or maybe reach for a guy like Malte Gustafsson. It'll be interesting to see. How would you say the idea of Reed to the Sharks, while they need a really top end defenseman, did not make sense with the 2nd overall pick. Stenberg is clearly like one of the best players in the draft, and having him on the right side of Celebrini, especially with the trade of Eklund earlier in the week, you just knew that was going to be a good foundational partnership for the Sharks moving forward. And it'll be interesting to see exactly how many goals Stenberg gets with the Sharks this year, because you have to figure that they're going to throw him right in there with Celebrini and let them build some chemistry over the next few years as they look to develop into a contending team themselves. Still waiting on the terms of the Dorofeev trade, but I don't see any deal for Dorofeev that makes sense, just because of, well, frankly, the Rangers don't really have a ton of good youth. Even Lafreniere is just okay, and he would not be a good enough piece for Dorofeev. So, yeah. We will see. Let's see. Yeah, no updates anywhere on the Twitterverse. So as soon as we get that information, we'll pass it on. And one of the things that kind of got pushed to the wayside was the hiring of Mike Babcock by the Edmonton Oilers. Got immediately supplanted in the news with the flurry of trades that happened, starting with Nemec on Tuesday. But it's an interesting decision by the Edmonton Oilers to go with Babcock. And while I do feel that the Oilers could use a coach that is a bit more of a taskmaster and requires effort from his players, hiring Babcock is very much a sign of desperation for the organization. And with their first round exit to the Anaheim Ducks, and frankly, seeing Anaheim starting to take that next step towards being a contender, Vegas reasserting itself as one of the best teams in the NHL, San Jose adding to their already impressive group of youngsters, that the window for the Edmonton Oilers to still be relevant is quickly coming to an end. And it would be one thing if the teams that Babcock has coached since 2008 were wildly successful, but frankly, like it's been a disappointing appearance after disappointing appearance with all of his various teams, and to me, like honestly, it would have made more sense to give another shot to a guy like Bill Peters, who is a similar type of coach, but not with nearly as much baggage as Babcock. And yeah, I do not, as a Flames fan, I do not get the Babcock hire, and I do hope for the Oilers' sake that it does work out for them, but I do not really see any way that this does not blow up in their face somehow. And moving ahead, the Vancouver Canucks, their draft pick is in at number 3, so they are holding on to their draft pick, and it'll be interesting to see exactly who they decided to take. And not really surprising, looks like Caleb Malhotra is off to Vancouver. So he gets to get coached by his dad, and if this was any other team, I might say nepotism, but uh, Caleb has done very excellent and by far the best center in this draft. Had a very stellar playoffs, and I am happy for Caleb and the Malhotra family. Made too much sense for him to go there. Like Vancouver needs a high-end center. Um, Profiles to be a similar type of player as a Sean Monahan, with perhaps better defensive instincts, but just a very good all-around player. When the games get tough, he elevates his game. Just very good all the way around. He was one of the players that I was hoping might fall to the Calgary Flames, especially like before the draft lottery itself, when the Flames were rated 4th. Like I was kind of hoping that if we stayed at 4th, that we might have been able to snag him there, but instead, like the Flames are looking towards getting one of the high-end defensemen. Okay, now the New York Rangers have acquired Dorofeev for the 26th overall selection, the 92nd pick, and a conditional 2028 first round pick, top 10 protected. So, yeah, that's a odd trade, frankly, from Vegas. A late first, another likely late first, and a third round pick. That's not really good of return for Dorofeev. Like, frankly, like he's one of the best scorers in the NHL, and for frankly most of this season, I felt he was their best and most dangerous player. So, uh, like, yes, like they're in a bit of a cap crunch, but there are ways of addressing that, and yeah, I don't really get that trade for Vegas at all, but like I if it was me, I would have probably moved off of Stone ahead of Dorofeev. To me, like I felt that like Dorofeev is more of their like centerpiece of the young part of their roster. So to get rid of him, like it just very odd. Like unless there's another shoe to drop for Vegas, doesn't really make a ton of sense for them. But we'll see. Like they've never been one to hold on to draft picks. They're always looking to uh, use whatever assets that are at their avail to get the players that they need. So obviously they're looking at acquiring something else. It just Very odd. That is a trade that mystifies me a little bit. Don't really understand that one from Vegas's point of view. From the Rangers' point of view, definitely like that is a steal for that player. And like while the Rangers are currently going through some difficulties, like uh it's one of those where like they could bounce back. Like if Shesterkin plays like he does, and like they can address some of their issues, one of which was lack of scoring. Like, like they could bounce back, and yeah, it's just very interesting to see that move. And starting to hear some rumors that Buffalo will select Chase Reed if when they go to pick. Um, so uh, that's not really unexpected. He is the best defenseman in the draft. Um, to me, when I watch him play, I see a lot of Scott Niedermayer in how he reads plays and makes passes and just his overall demeanor on the ice. And Niedermayer himself was a third overall selection. So, you're looking at a player that's likely in that same talent bracket. I would expect that uh, part of their calculus with trading Bowen Byram was that they were going to likely get Chase Reed, which more or less replaces the level of talent in the player that you dealt. Just he'll take a minute to reach the same level, but it makes entire sense for, especially with like Byram's contract demands, to kind of hit the reset button on the clock for that type of player, getting the young 18-year-old instead of the 25-year-old, who's going to end up costing like 12 to 14 million dollars, and reset that so you're having a cheap contract there instead, so you can spend elsewhere while having that talent in your organization. Good overall play by the Sabres. The step down from Byram to Zellweger is not huge. It is a step down, but it's not a complete gulf. And just a brilliant bit of GMing by Kekalainen. I do not expect the Sabres to be quite as good, but still a playoff team after losing Tuck and Byram. But they have a ton of money at their avail, so they still might be quite active on the trade market. There's not really any free agents to speak of, but they will have a good run for a while as one of the premier teams in the Eastern Conference. Just texting my co-host Dan. He will be joining us shortly, so just coordinating that. Yeah, so did not know where my visuals went. Just going to check. There we go. Gotta love technical difficulties. Wow, the Buffalo Sabres reached far and got Daxon Rudolph fourth overall. Well, that's chaos. He's was from what I've seen of him, like I had him as like the fifth best of the five big defensemen that were supposed to go in the top 10. I guess they really fell in love with him. That is not a pick I would have made. Works great for the Calgary Flames, though. Like, we're going to get either Carson Carrolls or Chase Reed. So, like, that's huge for the Flames. But, yeah, that is a bizarre pick. I was expecting him to go between, like, 8 and 12. So, can't complain about that. So, definitely a strange pick by Buffalo. Like you knew that they were likely going to go after one of the premier defensemen. That was not the guy I was expecting. Like, I would have expected Verhoff or Reed or even Smits to go ahead of Rudolph, but he was not the guy I would have had. Yeah, that mystifies me. So grateful as a Flames fan, though. That means that like one of the two high end defensemen that I really like personally on my list, I have Chase Reed as the best defenseman in the draft, followed quickly by Chase Carroll's or Carson Carroll's, pardon me, and and to know that like the possibility of getting either of those guys, like, that is absolutely huge for the Flames, and it'll be interesting to see who the New York Rangers will take. They've been kind of linked to Albert Smits a bit, Vigo Bork a bit, um, Carson Carrolls a bit, and Chase Reed a bit. So it's really a jump ball, and I think that the Rangers, with getting Dorofeev, that makes more sense for them to go after getting a defenseman to add to their mix. And yeah, just a very odd little curveball that the Buffalo Sabres added to the mix. Cannot complain from the Flames' point of view. That definitely opens a lot more options for the team. So be interesting to see. Yeah, the New York Rangers kind of prospect wise need a little bit of everything. Their offense is like they do not have a ton of offensive prospects. They do not have a ton of defensive prospects in the organization. So getting one of, well, frankly, any of the players that are rated between 5 and 9, like that will help the Rangers significantly. It's just, yeah, I really don't kind of get that pick by Buffalo, to be honest. So, but that is Kekalainen. He does throw wrinkles into it. Like, I remember when he selected Pierre-Luc Dubois instead of Jesse Puljujärvi, who was kind of the expected pick, which also ended up working well for the Flames, landing the Matthew Tkachuk. So, I know that like Edmonton was expecting to take Tkachuk, but then Puljujärvi fell in their lap, and Vancouver wanted a defenseman. So it feels a little bit like that, where you know, yeah, I just am kind of shocked, frankly, overall. Like, it feels like the Sabres kind of took like not to slight Rudolph, like he is a top end defense prospect, but watching him play, like I feel that he is probably fourth or fifth. Like I would have had him down with Verhoff in terms of overall talent and potential. Still top end player, but just not. Like there were all of Smith's, Carroll's, and Reed are, in my opinion, are better by not a huge amount, but enough. And yeah, it's just one of those that I'm curious to see what Buffalo's scouts, if they end up being right on this. But I feel that they could have possibly traded down a bit to and got the same player. It feels like sometimes when teams have reached, not quite to the level when LA reached and got Thomas Hickey at number 4 when he was rated in the second round, but certainly feels more like a Mo Sider pick by Detroit. And here is my co-host on Fireside Chat, Dan Stevenson, joining us.
Doing?
Good.
This draft is much quicker than last year. We don't have the weird chamber of Zoom or whatever they called it.
Now we get to see what the New York Rangers did.
The pick's already in on NHL.com. I can tell you who it is. They're posting them there a little bit earlier than the commissioner says. The Rangers take Albert Schmitz.
Well,
Albert Schmitz.
Well, yeah, and I don't mind that. I hope the Flames get Chase Reed. To me, he is the best defenseman in the draft. I had him as the second best player in the draft, even ahead of Stenberg. So if the Flames can pick him up at 6, that is absolutely a home run for the Flames. I like Carson Carroll's, and in some ways it makes sense left D versus right D, but everything talent-wise, I think Reed is just the superior
I kind of
player.
expected Reed would be off the board, so I wasn't even thinking about him.
No, same here. I thought he was going to go 3rd or 4th. And, Buffalo threw the chaos in with Rudolph. And,
now,
honestly...
If you're Calgary, do you get a little cocky here, and do you try to move down a couple?
Possibly, but
or do you
honestly, if it's me and I'm Conroy, I run to the things that Reed thanks, bye, and just go, do the quiet fist pump in the background, thank you, stupid moron GMs.
I'm expecting it would end up being Carroll's or Verhoff because I expected Reed to be off the board.
Yeah, well, exactly, and I was kind of hoping that one of those two guys would fall, Carroll's or Verhoff. But seeing Chase Reed on there, I do not know how you honestly, I feel that he could actually be the best player in the draft overall, in terms of...
I think he could be the best defenseman in the draft. I don't know if he'll be better than McKenna.
Well, and sometimes your best defenseman ends up being the best player in the draft. We've seen in the past where where a guy like Cale Makar, who went 4th overall, ended up
we have a trade.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't involve the Flames. JJ Peterka got traded to...
Yeah.
But I assumed if it was before the 6th pick, it would involve the Flames, but I guess not.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually discussing that about 20 minutes ago when it broke on Twitter.
Yeah, I think if I'm Conroy, I get up there, I take Chase Reed, and then if I think that I'm looking to get if I want to make some sort of a move, I'm looking at moving up at 30.
Yeah. Yeah, realistically, it makes zero sense to trade down. If Reed wasn't there and you had your choice of Carroll's or Verhoff or Bork, maybe it might make sense to move down to 8 or 9. But, because you'll still get one of the top guys. But, with Reed being there, he was thought of as number 2 by a lot of people until San Jose got number 9. So, to me, it just makes no sense to take anybody other than Reed. Sometimes you get one of the top guys that just falls in your lap, and I feel that this is definitely one of those situations where we just lucked out. And don't tell me in advance. I am watching the NHL stream, so I know you mentioned that the picks
On
do
my
go.
stream, I've got just under a minute 14. I'm watching from Sportsnet.
Yeah, same here. So interesting times as Flames fans to see exactly who the Flames
58
get.
seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I'm at 53, so
you're slightly ahead of me.
Yeah. So yeah, like to me, like just looking at like the three defensemen that are available, like honestly, like I could understand if they went with Vigo Bork if they really wanted a forward, but sometimes like when the best player just falls in your lap, you kind of just go.
Yeah, and you and I'll talk about this when we record our show later in the weekend. But I think that if you said after the trade that they made a few days ago that you want to take the center, I think that'd be a perfectly logical explanation as well.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's just I don't think anybody in the Flames scouting department expected Reed to be there at number 6. So we'll see if they do the obvious thing or the pick is in for the Calgary Flames. So
all right, let's lay out and listen to this one. I'm curious who will come to the podium for the Flames.
Lanny.
And somebody, I said this last year, they should send Lanny and Jerome. Because for these kids, Jerome is the guy they remember. Lanny's the guy their dad remembers. Come on, Lenny.
Well, not a shock.
The pick is in. It's not Reed. It is Carson Carroll's.
Yeah. I am happy to get Carson Carroll's. Like, don't get me wrong, that is a good pick by the Calgary Flames. I am disappointed that they left Reed on.
If 3 teams have left him there, though, do you think they know something that you don't?
Well, and that's what I begin to wonder about. Like, yes, he did miss some time this year. So
yeah, I mean, he looked okay, but the fact 3 teams have passed on him now, who we thought would take him, maybe there's something from the combine, maybe there's something from the interviews, something that we don't have the information on.
Yeah, and this is a player that absolutely wants to be a Calgary Flame. He has basically been telegraphing how much he wants to be a Calgary Flame all offseason in the lead up to the draft. There is some slight concern about Carson Carroll's, and he does have concussion history. So that is a little bit of a worry. But the thought process, if you have Carroll's, you look at like how the Flames blue line is going to be set up. You now have Parekh and Nemec as your likely future first pairing. And now Carson Carroll's along with Brustevich as your number 2 pairing. 4 really dynamite offensive defensemen, 3 right shot guys, but Parekh likes to play on the left side and prefers to play on the left side anyway. So, like the Flames now, for me, like in our lead up to the draft, like we were talking about like how I wanted the Flames to get defense this year specifically, so that way they would have time to grow together by the time you get the good forwards in your lineup. And having the 4 guys like that, the Flames blue line now to me is completely stacked. And, like this might be the best group of blue liners the Flames have had since the 80s.
It feels like a Daryl Sutter pick, doesn't it? The Western Canadian farm boy who's not even at the draft because it's on the farm.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if Daryl was still the GM, this is exactly what you'd expect him to pick. Even if everyone else was on, even if Daryl was like number 1, this feels like a Daryl Sutter pick. I think Carson Carl's going to work well here. They need the defenseman with the opposite shot, which they've got now. And
and how would you say it gives the Flames a whole lot of different outlets and options? Like all of the 4 defensemen that are likely top 4 guys for the Flames are very good at making excellent passes up the rush and are very good on breakouts. So if the Flames look ahead to acquire players in the draft for like that are good transition players and players with a lot of pace to their games, guys like Cullen Potter last year, like the Flames are definitely poised to have a very dynamic and exciting team. And when you have 4 blue liners now that have that kind of game to them, there is nothing to complain about.
Yeah, it's a good pick. And, I think that there's some bigger names like Reed, like Verhoff that people know. I think this is going to be the name that nobody knows yet, but we'll get to know very quickly.
Yeah, and like with Keaton Verhoff, like I was kind of wanting him as like a right guy to partner with Parekh, to have Parekh on the left side. But then Conroy did I'll just go get that.
I think if the trade with the Devils didn't happen, you would take Verhoff here.
Yeah, I agree. And congrats to Seattle for having the ability to get Chase Reed. I don't see how they pass on that.
Well, you didn't think the Flames would pass on him either, nor the teams before them. So
yeah,
if Chase Reed continues to fall, there's something there that we don't know about.
Yeah, like because it really makes no sense. Like Calgary with Carroll's, like yes, left shot versus right shot defenseman, and like Carroll's kind of fits the need of the organization to be the physical 2-way defenseman, where Reed is more of an offensive guy, which we just got with Nemec. So, like it makes sense that the Flames passed on him, but Seattle needs talent, so I think that they just selected Chase Reed. Yeah, that makes sense. So good for Seattle to get a good player.
Do you think that the Flames may have passed on Reed to bring in? I mean, we're seeing a shift right now of Americans leaving Canadian teams. Do you think that there was any thought in the scouting room of bringing the Canadian?
Probably not. But they would have definitely had the idea from the player when they interviewed him, and like that definitely would have been one of the questions I asked. Like, do you care?
Yeah, but they probably would have asked Adam Fox that too and drafted him, and he still didn't want to play.
Honestly, when they drafted him, it's like, well, he is the best player, so just take him, and who cares? And I feel that like he was not very happy, like especially when we spoke to him. Like you could tell, like his I do not want to be here level was very high. So like I was not surprised, but like talent wise, like he was the pick that made sense. But picking at 6, like you need to make sure that guy's in the lineup, and it might have been one of those where Reed just did not want to play in Canada, and that might have been why Vancouver passed on him, and might have been why Calgary passed on him.
Yeah, no, it could have been. You could be right.
But
so Dax and Rudolph was the first defenseman, then Schmitz, then Carrolls, then Reed. That means Winnipeg's got to take Verhoff, right?
Unless they really love Bork, which, to be fair, that wouldn't be a bad idea because he'd basically replace Nikolai Ehlers in the very skilled, shifty little guy that they lost with him. I could see them going for Bork there.
So I just want to talk about this interview set for a sec while it's on screen. I like it better than the cone of whatever they had last year, that weird chamber. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's summertime. Do we really need a fireplace?
I know that's more fitting for us right now. You know.
Like, I love that they've got pictures of the guy. I like this digital picture thing and put pictures
Yeah.
of this kid up. I think that's fantastic. But, like, I don't know. It looks like something you'd expect in the wintertime.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it looks like a living room.
That is a little odd, but
and it might have made sense even to do a different background for each team. And I've been watching close enough. Maybe they have, but like in Calgary's, why not put them in front of the Calgary skyline or something?
yeah. I don't know. You think that the NHL would actually plan things ahead of?
Well, I mean, it's better than last year. Don't get me wrong,
True.
but at least we have a human being talking to them there. But yeah, I don't know. It's a cool background. I'm just not sure that's what we want in end of June.
Yeah. Who knows?
It would be very cozy if we were having that, for the All-Star game or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's just I'm still processing the whole Carson Carroll's and thing and figuring out looking ahead to pick number 30 exactly what the Flames.
I'm impressed that this seems to be running with no commercials.
Yeah, at least thus far.
But I mean, these sports leagues like to put in a commercial. I think last year we had a commercial almost every second pick.
Oh.
No commercial and no betting mentions.
Yeah, it's interesting reading Calgary Puck briefly, how that there's really nobody complaining on there about our first round pick. And I think that might be the first time in a very long time.
Well, I think it's the guy that we all kind of were expecting, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that Carson Carroll's, Verhoeven, those are the two guys and Bjork, those are the three guys that people all thought, you know what, we've known for a while. One of these guys will probably be a Flame.
Yeah. Well, and to me, just with getting Carson Carroll's, like, to me, this draft is already a win for the Calgary Flames. Getting Nemec and Carroll's this weekend, frankly, like, the Flames rebuild is firmly set on the right page, and now, like, having those four big defensemen in the system, you look ahead to the rest of the draft, and this is a very defense-heavy draft, but there are plenty of really excellent forwards available as well. So it'll be interesting to see with the Flames having 6 picks between now and pick 67. If they continue to draft some defensemen, or if they tend to focus more on forwards the rest of the way. I would kind of expect them to get one of the goalies as well, especially tomorrow, with one of those high-end picks. But Vigo Bork replaces Nikolai Ehlers as the little guy to Winnipeg. Which, excellent pick for Winnipeg. That is an awesome pick for the Winnipeg Jets. They needed a player like him.
We're an hour, just over pretty much an hour into the broadcast. We had 8 picks already. I mean, this time last year we would have had like 3.
Yeah, we were at
would it take 4 hours to get through that first round?
Yeah, I know. Like, we're pretty much like feels like almost halfway there. Of course, not really, but it's gone so quickly.
It's moving quick.
No, and like that to me was the right pick for the Winnipeg Jets. Like, they need offense. Guys like Cole Perfetti were kind of supposed to take on that second line player spot for them, and like, he has not really blossomed into that type of player for them yet. And like they missed what Ehlers brought to that team a lot, and I feel that like the synergy between the player and the team, like that was 100% the right pick for Winnipeg, and I'm very happy for them because like they really needed that injection of talent into their organization.
They did.
Yeah, like it's hard to attract players to Winnipeg, and you kind of have to draft your high end players, and getting a guy that talent wise is probably third or fourth in the draft for just pure skill. Like his only drawback is that he's 5'9", but Ehlers is not very tall either. He's only like 5'10", 5'11". So yeah, like to
Matt, if
me,
you're good with it, I'm going to jump off for a little bit, get a few things done. I'll join you again before Calgary hits the podium.
yeah,
Does that work for you?
yeah, sure, definitely.
All right, I will.
Yeah.
I'll cue myself up backstage as we get close to 30.
Okay. Yeah, I'll text you when we get down to about 23, 24.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be having
or yeah, or if the Flames make a trade, because
yeah,
we
I'll
know
have it on,
Whiteford.
so I'll know what's going on. But
Yeah, so I'll have you queued up, ready to go.
all right, I'll talk to you in a bit.
Yep. Bye. Yeah. So with that, the Winnipeg Jets definitely made a great selection for them, and now San Jose is up for the second time, and you'd have to expect that with Keaton Verhoff being on the board still, that there is one name on that list for them, and there is no other player that makes any sense for them. So yeah, and looking at the players that are remaining on the list. Keaton Verhoff and Tynan Lawrence, according to Elite Prospects Consolidated List, are the only two guys left in the top 10. So it'll be interesting to see if San Jose or Nashville decides to go off the boards with any of their selections, or if those will be the next two guys. To me, Nashville, I think, makes the most sense for them to get Ethan Belschutz. He certainly feels like their archetype of player, where just a massive player at 6'5", 228, and just a very good overall winger for the Windsor Spitfires, over a point per game in the dub this year. To me, like that makes the most sense for Nashville after San Jose. San Jose, like I really do not see them taking anybody other than Verhoff at 9, and I think that they run away laughing with that pick. Yeah, like much like the Flames selecting a defenseman at 6, like there is nobody that makes more sense for them getting. Like if you're walking into the draft and you can get Stenberg and Verhoff, like that's you're absolutely thrilled with that kind of a draft. So it'll be interesting to see like if now that we're kind of getting towards the end of the like consensus top 10, if teams start going wildly off the list and do some strange things. Like that there's always a team that is in like that 13 to 15 range that will take a player that was kind of rated in the 20s or 30s. Usually it's a defenseman that goes a lot higher that they just feel is awesome, much like the Buffalo Sabres taking Daxon Rudolph. So just be interesting. The pick is now in for the San Jose Sharks, and they are going to select Yeah, and they, as expected, they select Verhoff. So yeah, as a Flames fan of and a fan of the team in the division with the San Jose Sharks, I am really not happy with their draft this year. Like they were already going to be a handful over the next handful of years with Celebrini and just the rest of that crew, and them adding Stenberg and Verhoff, like that, yeah, like that's not going to be fun for the Flames and or the Canucks. Like that's really tough, and frankly, like that is a team that like has like this team is going to be a contender and probably will win a cup or two over the next 4 or 5 years. Thankfully, that the Flames and the Sharks windows are not overlapping because that would not be very fun to go up against. Calgary being a couple of years behind them in their development. Um, by the time like we start getting good, San Jose's best players will probably be making a ton of money, and they're not going to necessarily have the same amount of depth that they would otherwise due to the salary cap. So just that is really not going to be a fun team to play against over the next decade. Um, Great for San Jose, like seeing the success of both Anaheim and LA over the last 20 years, and with both teams collecting Stanley Cup, San Jose has been kind of the not quite good enough to get their team in California. So it's nice to see them being, a team that should probably win a Stanley Cup for in the next couple of years. Yeah, just reading up on some tweets just to see. Uh, no further trades to announce as I go looking through everything. Um, oh, now I know why the Flames passed on Keaton Verhoff. His favorite team is the Oilers, so makes sense to avoid that. Oh, and now we find out why the Vegas Golden Knights traded Pavel Dorofeyev. He just signed a 7-year, $11 million a year deal with the New York Rangers. So, um, honestly, I feel that that is a contract that, in my mind, with the current way that the NHL salaries are, was worth every penny. I just don't understand why they wouldn't have moved somebody else. Yeah, like he is not a player that drives the play himself very much, but like he, if you find somebody that can pass him a puck, um, it's easy for him to score. So I don't really understand why Vegas made that trade, but that uh, move for the Rangers was, excellent in my books and great for them. And like that contract, he basically replaces Artemi Panarin and everything that he brought to the team. And basically, they managed to get younger without really losing anything from their organization. So good on the Rangers for the long term, and still need a lot of overhauling of that roster. But it's a very good first step. Yeah, and I wonder with the Flames trying to trade up to 4 if they were trying to trade up to select curls anyway. But sometimes that, the moves that you don't make are also just as good. Nashville takes Wyatt Cullen, which that makes a lot of sense for them as well. I know I said Ethan Belschutz, but Cullen is a very skilled center. Doesn't have the size of Belschutz, but talent-wise, he is a top 10 caliber player. Nashville needs offensive skill, period. So that is a pick that definitely makes a ton of sense for Nashville. He led the Team USA with 9 points in 5 games. And now we're getting into the interesting part of the draft where 3 of the next 6 picks are owned by the St. Louis Blues, 11, 15, and 16. And there are a ton of good players available, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what order everybody goes in. A guy, it would not be surprising if they decide to pick the guy that they're most confident in with pick number 11, leaving New Jersey, New York, and Columbus to fight over the next handful of guys, because there's another group of about 7 players, frankly, from 11 to about 17, 18, that are similarly talented. The Blues, with losing Jordan Kyrou, they could use some offensive skill, and a guy like Alexander Command, I feel, might make the most sense for them to go at 11, or if they feel that Tynan Lawrence is a proper value, I feel that they need a center one way or the other. Especially with Robert Thomas might not be staying long term. Just a lot of question marks for everybody. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The Blues, though, definitely can set up their team for a long term with having these 3 picks. And as long as they don't pull a Boston from the 2015 draft where they picked 3 times and busted on all 3 at picks 15, 16, and 17. And that is one of the issues with having so many draft picks in quick succession, that sometimes you get tunnel vision on your own list of players and not really taking an overview of the draft itself. And sometimes you just pass on players that might otherwise have been good selections, like in Boston's case, skipping out on both Matthew Barzal and Kyle Connor, who obviously were better than the 3 guys that they took. can't even remember their names off the top of my head. I know Jacob Zaboral was one of them, but yeah, none of them were good NHL players for the long term, and yeah, be interesting to see. Now, it'll be interesting also with Utah picking up the 23rd overall selection, if they're going to try and push for the Ruck twins, or might Vancouver decide to push for the Rucks? Those are basically the only two teams other than Calgary at 30 and 36 that might have enough picks in the area to select both of them. I kind of figure that Vancouver's most likely selection at number 24 will be Liam Ruck, and getting Marcus tomorrow morning at 33. But it just depends on how high certain teams feel about the pair of them. I think that whichever selects one of them will get the other. It's just it'll be interesting to see who steps up to actually select the pair of them. But we're starting to slowly get into that neighborhood where those guys are starting to become a potential. Just looking ahead to see if there are any other trades or rumors. Yeah, and as I said, the St. Louis Blues have selected Tynan Lawrence, who I feel is the key player for them to make sure that they get like the guy that they're most confident in. He did not have a good year with Boston College this past year, but he was hurt early in the season with a high ankle injury, and those do take a long time for players to recover from. So, not really a surprise for the team. But heading into the year, he was kind of thought of as being one of those guys that is, in the top three conversation with both Stenberg and McKenna. But with his injury and lack of play, he fell off the rankings quite a bit. This might be a very good pick for St. Louis, or he might just not be very much a boom or bust pick. To me, I feel that he is a good pick, and I would have not been sad if the Flames were to have picked up another pick in that neighborhood to have selected him ourselves, but it just made no sense for what it would have cost to move up to 11. But Yeah, good gamble by St. Louis, and having 3 picks in the next 6. It's not a bad idea to gamble with one or more of those picks and try to hit home runs. The best players remaining now are Ethan Belchetz and Malte Gustafsson, who are both big 6'5" and 6'4" guys. And then you're getting into other, well, frankly, it's a run of larger players with Oliver Suvanto, Oscar Hemming, who are also 6'3", 6'4", and the only other player in that kind of area is Alexander Command, who's a average size 6'1" guy. So that's basically who's rated in the next little bit, and nobody really falling in the draft right now. Kind of going as expected, to be frank. Not necessarily the order, but by pick 11, the 11 guys I would have expected are the guys that have been taken. So, yeah. Just having some technical issues, so just wanting to make sure that the stream continues to run properly. Yeah. One thing, just as an aside for Fireside Chat listeners, is that the plan is over the next little while to do more live shows in general. I'm relocated my recording studio, and I'm just in the process of finishing it off, and in the midst of setting things up. That's why the background filter is um you know blurry, because I'm planning on getting some hockey related artwork set up behind me and all of that kind of stuff, but I just have not had time to. But and be definitely doing a lot more lives and shorts and all that kind of stuff in the next little while. Um, Likely starting with the season, filming a little bit more often, and getting through all of the things that I need to do. Just not quite there in time for the draft show, but definitely by the time September rolls around, that should be good to go. And looking back to the draft now, the New Jersey Devils have selected Alexander Command, a player that was kind of rated in the 20s up until very recently. A very skilled two-way kind of center, high-end skill, but more of a defensively responsible player. Guy that profiles to be more of a second, third line center. Might end up being like a Michael Backlund if his offense doesn't translate, but his defensive skills are quite good. Now New Jersey has to select a guy with the last name Conquer, so that way they can have Command and Conquer on their team, because certain things just need to happen. And it much like the Rucks, you need to draft one and the other, and I don't care if there's a guy that with that last name available, Sugimoto it with the 7th round pick, and just find somebody with the last name Conquer to take, because you have to. New Jersey getting another center. I don't necessarily think that's the highest priority for the Devils, but with them having Heischer and Hughes, like they're fairly good up front, so a bit of an odd pick, but you can never complain when you get a player of that skill set in your team. Like this is a guy that will play in the NHL for a while. There does not seem to be many more centers that are rated in the next while. Ilya Morozov, and then going into like guys that are rated at the end of the first round, like Jack Hextall and Maddox Dagenet, are basically the only centers that are rated that highly. Oliver Suvanto as well. My mistake. We've seen a bit of a run on centers from 10 through 12 now, so it'll be interesting to see if with most of the guys in the next dozen picks are wingers. It'll be interesting to see if we start to see some breaches for some defensemen. Ryan Lynn, Xavier Villeneuve, Tommy Belisle, Maxim Sokolovsky, Juho Pepperinen are all defensemen that are rated to go in and around the first round. Be interesting to see which teams, with both the Islanders and Columbus coming up, I feel that the Islanders probably could use more of a forward than a defenseman, and I feel that Columbus kind of needs a little bit of everything. Probably need a defenseman a little bit more than a forward, so we'll see. It's a little bit. This is where it gets a little tough, because and where certain guys start sliding down the draft. If you're looking for a defenseman specifically, it doesn't matter if you're a guy that's rated highly like Ethan Belchetz, you're still going to take the defenseman ahead of him. So, and frankly, a lot of the teams that are coming up frankly, they all need a little bit of everything, but wingers are probably lower on their priority list. So it'll be an interesting situation for those teams, because not a ton to choose from. Yeah, it looks like no further trades, which usually by now you start to see teams starting to move down or up. Um, nothing really happening right at the moment, so uh, that's a little bit concerning. But just usually, like some teams start to, yeah, say like Calgary with that extra draft capital in the second round. Uh, they're one of those teams that is primed to move up if they so choose. Vancouver could easily trade 33 and 41 to get another pick around where their other first round pick is. Um, like plenty of teams like LA has a few options. Just seems very straightforward after a flurry of trades right off the hop. And the New York Islanders have selected defenseman Malte Gustafsson, big 6'4" guy, to go alongside Schaefer. So their defense is pretty well set for the future as well. Not the best offensive defenseman, but more of a physical defensive defenseman. Which, when you have a guy like Schaefer on your top pairing, that definitely helps to um, have balance. So that way, your big defensive defenseman shoulders the brunt, and you give the puck over to Schaefer and let him do his thing. Yeah, and now we're one pick away from the Columbus Blue Jackets, and then the Blues with back-to-back draft picks. I don't think that the St. Louis Blues will draft the Rucks at 15 and 16. It seems about 8 picks too early, 8 to 10 picks too early, but stranger things have happened. There are plenty of good players for St. Louis to take. Between guys like Klepov, Hemming, Suvanto, Lynn, if they want to go with a defenseman, Ilya Morozov, uh, all very talented guys in their own right. Um, Usually, teams that have 3 picks in a row, like they tend to get 2 forwards and a defenseman, so I would kind of expect them to go the same route. And there are some high-end defensemen in terms of skill. Ryan Lind, Xavier Villeneuve, and Tommy Belisle are all in the 5'11" to 6 foot range, but are all very offensively skilled. Would not be surprised if any of those guys ends up being like the catalyst on a power play for their team. Don't know if they necessarily have like number one upside with any of those guys, but definitely could be a 40 to 50 point guy if their offensive skill translates. As for the forward group, most of them, this is where you're starting to see guys that are more defensively oriented, or just big and, in my opinion, a little overrated due to just being large people. Like Oliver Suvanto, Ethan Belschutz, and Oscar Hemming all being 6'4" and up. Like, they're skilled, but it's like you take a look at Oscar Hemming and he has 8 points in 19 NCAA games. That does not really scream future top 6 forward. Oliver Suvanto, he only had 11 points in 48 games in the SM Liga. which, yes, that is a men's league, but still 11 points is not a standout performance. And even Ethan Belschetz was just over a point per game in the juniors this year with 59 points in 53 games, I do believe. 57 games. So not exactly the offensive skill set that you're looking for. And the Columbus Blue Jackets just took Oscar Hemming, a 6'4" left winger. Bit of a physical crash and bang type guy. He's a good skater for his size, but I just don't see that high end of a guy. Like he's skilled, but for being a 14th overall selection, talent wise, he's kind of more of a guy that you see drafted 20th to 25th. They're hoping that his size is the difference, and like if he does translate, a 6'4" guy is definitely a big help, but it feels quite a bit like a reach, and he doesn't have the defensive game as a guy like Sam Honzek did when the Flames selected him. Honzek was always thought of as a decent two-way player, much like Alexander Command, but was of a similar stature as Hemming, and just a bit of a reach, but not really for Columbus. Not especially with the team that they have. That's not really the pick that makes a lot of sense for them. But again, sometimes there are reasons why certain teams just stay mediocre permanently, and that's kind of a draft pick that is emblematic of why Columbus is continually an afterthought. Like there were plenty more offensive players available to them, and frankly, like he only played 24 games this past year, and like that's injury troubles and not being able to find a team. Like there's just so many different reasons why this is a big risk for Columbus, and will this player be an NHLer? Yes, but the likelihood that he is just a third, fourth line physical guy, that seems to be kind of the trajectory. If I was a fan of either Calgary or Vancouver, and we had selected that player, like I would be disappointed in that selection, but hopefully it works out for Columbus. But bit of an interesting decision. Overall, though, this draft through 14 players has not really seen too many fallers. Only Belschetz, who's rated highly, has slipped a little bit. Not really seeing anybody reach very far down. And speaking of the Columbus Blue Jackets, the Kirill Morshenko has told the Blue Jackets that he's not willing to re-sign, so that's another situation with them. And with them listening on Werenski, like Columbus just continues to circle in mediocrity, and you hope for their fan base's sake that eventually they break out and either get good or get bad, so they can rebuild or be successful, but like they've been basically stuck in this perpetual middle zone since they've been a team, and it's frustrating to see a team that, like their city deserves to have a team that actually can compete, and yet like they just cannot find that next tier for this team. And like we've seen teams like Florida be in that wilderness for a long time before eventually figuring it out and hopefully um be a good team instead of just oh yes, this team exists, much like the Seattle Kraken. Because like even like the Minnesota Wild for most of their history have been there and not really done anything until just recently, like this season, and where like they're starting to be a contender. And another trade to announce: Mason McTavish has been traded to the St. Louis Blues for pick number 15 and 29. So that's a fair value for McTavish. Um, so Anaheim is next up on the board. I like that trade. I don't think that Mason McTavish is actually that good of a player. But this is a good swing for the fence type trade for them to basically swap out Kyrou for McTavish. Again, it like resets the clock, much like the Byram and Zellweger trades for Buffalo. Resets the clock a little bit in terms of their window, with the Blues getting number 16 for Jordan Kyrou. Having McTavish being on their team now, more or less replaces what was lost, and they managed to get a number of years younger, and still try to be competitive even if they don't quite make the playoffs. It gives them additional options. So really do like that trade for St. Louis. Good shuffling of the deck chairs in their roster, shake things up without really losing anything and gaining like 5 or 6 years age of control. So yeah. So I really like that for both teams. Anaheim gets another couple of draft picks to build around, and they're going to have a little bit of difficulty themselves for the with losing both Gudis and Truba likely to free agency, and trading Zellweger. Like they're going to have a little bit of difficulty with their blue line. Um, I think getting this pick, it makes a lot of sense if they're wanting one of the defensemen at 15. Like, say they're really hard after Ryan Lynn. I think that is a good fit for them. Because on the right side, they're a little thin. But yeah, we'll see exactly who they pick. Gary Bettman is. Yeah, I'm really liking what St. Louis has done, getting McMichael as well. It's like their center depth now is Robert Thomas, Mason McTavish, Dvorsky, and Lawrence. So that's fairly substantial, and bodes well for that team. And you look at like the makeup of the Blues. Like honestly, I feel like they're a playoff team again with the set of moves that they've made, while not really losing anything from their roster. So, and with the Ducks getting number 29, it creates a bit of an interesting scenario because of the fact that Anaheim is needing some NHL defensemen. That might be a target for the Calgary Flames if they were to, say, trade Zach Whitecloud to them for number 29, and the Flames would have number 29 and 30. If the Flames wanted to get the Ruck twins, just saying, that would be a good way of going about it. And if not, there are going to be plenty of players. This is the section of the draft now, like that we're getting into picks. Basically, talent-wise, there's a ledge around 17. The top 17 are above everybody else. But from 18 or so to about 50, there's not really a huge gulf in talent. So just getting additional draft picks anywhere in that range would be a good idea for the Calgary Flames or Vancouver Canucks. I don't feel that Vancouver has any pieces that they're urgently trying to move. So we will see. Just taking a short breather because coming up on the 2-hour mark now of this broadcast. This is the longest live production that I've been involved with, so not quite used to talking quite so much, but looking forward to carrying on for the next couple of hours and doing a show with Kevin towards the end. And the pick for the Anaheim Ducks is Nikita Klepov, right winger. So, good selection by Anaheim. One of the better offensive players, good winger. Had 97 points in 67 games. Just a really good player. Played in the Slovakian league. Just a very offensively skilled player and dynamic offensive talent. Exactly the type of player that Anaheim needs. Frankly, I would not be surprised if the Ducks do trade number 29 for some help on the blue line, because they definitely do need some veterans, whether that is to Calgary or otherwise. I feel like there is another shoe to drop with all of that. And it seems that Ethan Belschutz is now the player that is falling in the draft. He well, he was kind of rated in the 10th-ish overall ranking, Bellshetts. So we'll see if St. Louis, LA, or Washington decides to select him in the next 3 picks, or if he continues to fall down the rankings. Um, Frankly, all of those teams could use that type of player. Just a big physical winger. Yeah, definitely can't complain for St. Louis's actions with everything. Uh, Getting Lawrence and McTavish, like they're rivaling what the Flames did with getting Carols and Nemitz for being the 2 best teams in this draft thus far. Well, and San Jose with Stenberg and Verhoff. Um, Definitely can't complain with what any of those 3 teams are doing. Those are the 3 best thus far in this draft, and St. Louis still has another draft pick to go to add to their already impressive additions of depth up the middle. We'll see if they decide to go with the blue liner. To me, I would expect Ryan Lynn to be the pick for them at number 16. But yeah, definitely a good team core that they're building. So much talent with the St. Louis Blues. Really like what they're doing. Yeah, with the Flames selecting Carson Carols, he is going to be joining Cole Reshny at the University of North Dakota next year. Um, just another interesting point. He will also be playing with Keaton Verhoff next year as likely the top pairing for um, that team, and very good opportunity for him to become friends with Rashni, so that way they can work through their system together. Really like Vancouver's drafting of Caleb Malhotra as well. Frankly, he was the right pick for Vancouver. They needed some stability in their organization, and he is the most stable player in this team or in the draft, in my view. Like, you know that you can pencil him in as a number 2 center at minimum, and be a good, reliable number 2C. And for a team that's kind of reeling over the last handful of years, Vancouver can use just some quiet stability. The first real reach. St. Louis selects Maddox Dagenet, who was rated to be closer to the end of the first round with pick number 16. Big 6'4" center from the QMJHL. They were definitely making sure that their center depth is good for the long term, and he is just a big physical defenseman with a good shot, or defensive center with a good shot. Only a point per game player in the QMJHL, but he's one of those guys that will be a good third, fourth line center in the NHL. Little bit of a reach by the St. Louis Blues, but much like with the Flames taking defensemen with their 6th overall pick and getting Nemitz, it was interesting that the Blues, like, they wanted to address their center ice position for the long term and have done that by getting Lawrence Dagenet and McTavish. So, very good pick by St. Louis, just very early by them, but definitely understandable. The the one concern I have, especially for the Flames, as we're getting closer to pick number 30, with all these centers going, there are plenty of centers in this draft, especially in the top 65. Plenty of good centers, but we're starting to run low on them. And the other really notable thing about this draft is that there are plenty of defensemen available. And for myself, like, even though like the Flames have added Nemitz and Carrolls, I feel like going with another defenseman at 30 or at 36 might not be a bad idea, depending on who's available. Because the Flames' other number one need, along with defensemen, are centers, and then after that, right wingers. And frankly, there are not a ton of right wingers in this draft. It's mostly defensemen and centers. So it'll be interesting to see if you start seeing guys like Shilov or Ignatoviskius or Mutrin or Rubric starting to get drafted as we get into the 20s soon. You would have to assume that like Mathis Preston and Jack Hextall also get selected in the near future as well, to for any team that are looking for depth up the middle. It's just interesting to see teams focusing heavily on the center ice position in this draft. To me, like, the center position is not the greatest. Like, next year, it definitely is, but the feature of this particular draft was the high caliber of top end defensemen. So, next year, it's all about the centers, but this year it's more about the defensemen. So it's interesting to see that like all of the centers are going now that we're into the back half of the first round. Just odd to me. Usually defensemen start going a little earlier, but yeah. On the bright side, with all of these centers falling or being taken, some interesting skilled guys are falling in the draft, and that bodes well for both Vancouver and Calgary with so many high-end defensemen available. Like Vancouver, if they were to select any of Belial, Villeneuve, or Lynn at 24, would definitely get them a like top 4 offensive defensemen available to them, which frankly Vancouver, much like Calgary, needs a little bit of everything. And Vancouver, like, if they can spread the wealth a little bit and pick up like a high quality defenseman at 24 or at 33, like, that would certainly help their prospect pool, which is a little bit lacking in all areas. having the ability to kind of address several needs that this team has in one draft will be very helpful to try and not make Vancouver's transition be a very, very long one. But it's tough when you're kind of thrown in a situation like the Canucks are. Getting a stable draft pick with Malholtra, like that like he will be a good high quality player for this team. If they can not necessarily take the safe pick at 24, but you know somebody with a reasonable projection where that this guy will be like a top 6 forward or a top 4 defenseman with offensive skill, which I feel is the thing that the Canucks are lacking the most organizationally, would be a good thing for Vancouver. It's tough when you're dealing with a team that is in this transition where there is no really defined, yes, we need this specifically, like where Calgary heading into this weekend had a great need for addressing their defense, so that way they can focus on other things in future years. Vancouver's kind of in this, we need a little bit of everything, and which is both a good and bad thing. You can just select the best talents available, but it also makes it a little tough because of the fact that there's no area where we have 5 good right wingers, so we don't need a right winger. Like Vancouver kind of needs a little bit of everything. At least for now, getting Malholtra and having Braden Coots like that is a very good setup to have your middle 6 set for a while up the middle. And I feel that Vancouver still needs like a top tier center, but like you could get like if Malholtra's game translates much in the same way that like Sean Monahan's did, where he could be like a low end first line center. That would be excellent for Vancouver moving forward. So there seems to be another trade. The LA Kings traded pick 17 to 19 and picked up a 3rd rounder. So Utah has 2 picks now. They pick at 17 and 23. So they might be running and gunning for the Rucks, possibly. Or they really like Belshutz, so who knows? Yeah, so just waiting for Utah to make the selection. Surprising amount of trades. Like I was complaining that there hasn't been any since like the first flurry of them, but now you're starting to see teams move up to select the guy that they really want, which is good. I think you'll see probably 2 or 3 more of those type of trades before the end of the first round, just because of how certain players are dropping. Like I would not be surprised if Utah went out and got Belshets because they didn't feel that he was going to fall to 19. I would kind of expect Washington would have taken Belshets if he was available, or Suvanto if he was available. Like I think those would be number one and number two on Washington's list. So if Utah's looking at either of those guys, I could see that being the reason for them moving up. And losing a third round pick is not really a big deal if there's a guy that you really like. And I think that Belshets makes the most sense for Utah. But we shall see. Yeah, just a little bit of a lull waiting for Utah to pick. Nothing else really going on at the moment. I'll be interested to see if Calgary makes any more trades in terms of with guys like Coleman, like Frost, like White Cloud that are potentially available. If teams are wanting them, if Calgary makes a move to get those draft picks for this draft, or they just hold off. Yeah, next year for both the Flames and Vancouver, the top five picks, besides Dupont, the defenseman who's likely going to go first overall, you have Nazar, Privalov, Alexis Joseph, Milan Sundstrom, and Sammy Nelson, who are all over 6'2", and they're supposed to all be in the top five. So if the Flames and Canucks are both near the bottom, I would expect both teams to dip into that group of four to get their next first line center with that draft pick. And I feel that both the Flames and Canucks are probably going to be shooting for the bottom next year to try and get a franchise center. Like both teams need one desperately. And while Malhotra is great, I don't think he's quite that good. Much like Michael Misa to Macklin Celebrini, like one is clearly better than the other, even though Misa's really good himself. So I feel like Vancouver got their Misa in this draft. They still need to go and get their Celebrini, but that might not be until next year or the year after. Yeah, and Utah selected Ethan Bilshetz from the OHL, making sense for them to go and draft the big guy to go with along with a lot of their other big forwards. Made a ton of sense for them to burn the third round pick just to make sure that they got their guy. Um, Value wise, like that was a great pick for them. Getting him at 17, like that is a very very good overall selection for them. He's the second tallest forward in the draft at 6'5", so uh, basically everything about that makes sense for Utah. Yeah, and even though feels like this draft was in the early portion moving forward rather quickly, uh, we're 2.5 hours into it, and that is the first pick in the second half of the draft of the first round. So seems definitely like it's a that as bad as last year in terms of duration, but yeah, a little bit tough for teams like both Calgary and Vancouver, where selecting early in the draft and then way late in the draft. On the plus side, Kevin Olenek from Shifts and Pucks will be joining us shortly after 8 o'clock. So probably in about 4 picks from now, based on how quickly this draft is going. And he will be with us the rest of the way. And Dan will be back if the Flames pick at 30 or if they trade up or any other news, as we mentioned early in our show. It is the commercial break for the NHL draft, so a hydration break for the soccer fans that have been watching the World Cup. Looking forward to playing South Africa on the 28th. It'd be interesting to see if Canada can actually advance to the round of 16. I was not really expecting them to even make it to the round of 32, so I'm very grateful that they managed to survive and get into that round. And South Africa is a decent team, and they can beat you if you're not trying hard, and if you take them for granted. And we saw them just beat South Korea, so it will be interesting to see if Canada can manage to tighten up defensively. I know that that is not one of their strong suits. Their strikers are pretty good, but defensively they're a little suspect. If they can get through to the round of 16, then like that would be an amazing result for this country. And frankly, with Canada getting better at playing soccer, maybe perhaps in another 4 to 8 years that they can actually start pushing to be one of the better teams in the world, and you know uh, start taking those steps to be a competitive team. Like this is Canada's only third ever World Cup, so and really the first time that they've even gotten a point in any of the games. So hopefully they can keep this momentum moving forward and actually participate on a even footing with some of the other teams. Because it's, as a soccer fan as well, like it's always hard when like the only relevant people are all in Europe, and it's hard to follow when there's nobody really here to get hyped up about. And we're starting to see certain people like Messi come over to the MLS. We can start to see more of that. That would be excellent for the growth of the sport in Canada, especially with hockey being so expensive. Soccer is definitely a good alternative for a similar sport. And the Washington Capitals are coming up on their pick at number 18. Well, Oliver Suvanto goes to Washington at pick 18. Definitely makes sense for them. He is an odd player. He's big, but he's not the most offensively skilled guy. Um, but he, with his size at 6'3", at 217, like he definitely creates space and is a physical guy. But he's a guy that profiles to be more of like your physical third line guy. More of a penalty killer, physical shutdown defensive guy. And that's provided his offense doesn't really translate into the NHL. Not the fastest player, but he is a uh, generally decent overall guy. Higher hockey IQ, but yeah, just he's kind of like the prototypical Finnish forward, where kind of good at everything, but not really like second tier on any of those things. Um, it seems like the prototypical like middle six Finnish guy who just clogs up the middle of the ice really effectively. I don't see him being like a top tier forward for them or in the NHL period. I feel like he's definitely a lower end middle six guy, but he definitely will be an NHL player. I would be shocked if he wasn't a mainstay for the Capitals, but I don't feel that he is that. There are better skilled guys available, but as we've been seeing, like all the centers are going, so it's not really a shock that the Capitals jumped on the best of the remaining centers. Yeah, 4 of the last 8 picks or 5 of the last 9 picks have been centers. So with 2 left wingers in Hemming and Belschutz, and a right winger in Klepov, along with the 1 defenseman with Gustafsson. So I wonder if the streak continues with more centers being taken, but kind of getting into the dregs of that particular list for guys that should be drafted in the first round. Like, there's not really too much left. Like, for centers, you got Ilya Morozov, Mathis Preston, Jack Hextall, and that's basically it. Maybe Ryder Cali, but you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel if you go for a first rounder, if you're going into beyond that. Like, there are guys like Shilov and Ignatoviskius, Mutrin, Rubric, that are all second round picks, or Rogowski or Cherenko, Vandenberg, Valentini, that are all guys that are rated in the second round, but it seems to be quite the run of centers lately, so we'll see if that continues on. We're getting closer to when Vancouver makes their next selection. When they selected 24, currently with there being 5 picks between them and their selection, the 3 big defensemen in terms of talent are still on the board with Belisle, Lynn, and Villeneuve. I would kind of assume that Vancouver, unless they're deciding to draft the Rucks, will go with a defenseman. So we will see. I would not be surprised in the slightest with the Sedins being in the management and Malhotra being the coach that their first picks are another Malhotra and another set of twins. Either way, it'll be interesting to see exactly what Vancouver does, and I'm looking forward to that selection. Just coordinating with Kevin to set him up when he gets in to fire it up and start joining us for the rest of the draft and talking about everything. And LA is up to select. A right winger, Elton Hermanson, 6'1" right winger, 181 pounds. Decent passer, all around good, skilled player. Little bit inconsistent and a bit of a floater, but he is a good goal scorer. Good physicality. It's just he's a very much a boomer bust guy. Like, if he translates, he could be another Adrian Kempe. If he doesn't, he won't make the NHL. So it's one of those, when you draft an inconsistent forward, that you're taking the risk that you can motivate him to take that next level. If he wants to be a good NHL player, he has to put the effort in, and that's the $1 million question with him. He has all the skill to be a top tier player. It's just, does he have the drive? And to me, it kind of reminds me a little bit of, well, uh, just one sec. Andrei Kuzmenko, could not remember the name for the life of me. Just when the player is on, he is great, and when he is not, he is just invisible. And Hermanson feels like a similar type of player to that, where just all the talent in the world, but might not ever get to where he needs to go to be that star player, which he could be, but more likely he'll be a fringy guy and might not make the NHL. Next up will be the Buffalo Sabres again. Pick number 20. Seems like another break in the action for the draft. Not surprising. Buffalo is up. Yeah, and once again, the Buffalo Sabres select another center. Not really a shock or a surprise there. The Buffalo Sabres selecting yet another center, Ilya Morozov. Another on a long list of centers. I think we're basically done now for centers in this draft for the first round. unless you're starting to drift. Not a ton left. The there are some high end players that are dropping. Ryan Lynn, specifically, is the main guy. Um, Beyond that, it'll be interesting to see. I feel like the next handful of picks have to be defensemen. Like, there are some really good names on that list, between Lynn, Villeneuve, Belial. Even if you're wanting a huge guy, Maxim Sokolovsky. He's 6'8", 240 pounds. Just lots of good options on the blue line, and I feel that with the teams coming up, like the Penguins, who are picking at number 22, the last year they took William Horkoff, a big 6'5" center, so I don't think that they will dip into that position again. And frankly, their organization probably could use another defenseman or two in the system. And frankly, they're going to get their pick of like the next tier of guys after the guys that went in the top 10. So it'd be good for Pittsburgh to select whomever of the blue liners. I would assume that that's what they go with. The Flyers kind of need a little bit of everything. I wouldn't be surprised if they went after Adam Novotny, who's a bigger left winger, 6'1", 204. Good offensive instincts. Had 65 points in 58 games. Very good Czech player. He's a very good skater as well, so I would expect him to be a good option for the Flyers when they go to pick. Yeah, as for pick number 30 for the Flames, if either of Villeneuve or Belial fall to 30, I would be thrilled. I wouldn't mind Sheilov or Ignatoviskius, personally. Mostly defensemen at pick number 30, but if they go center, I would really like Ignatoviskius. I think he would be really excellent. Not sure if Sheilov falls that far, but yeah, lots of options. Golger would be another great defenseman if we could snag him. Starting to get into that danger zone for Flames fans, where you're looking at a list of about 6 guys that would be like really awesome if they fell to the Flames, and you just kind of have that sinking feeling that that those guys are going to be like the next 6 picks. Kind of had that feeling at the start of the draft, but after the Sabres took Rudolph, you knew that you're going to get either Reed or Carroll's at number 6. So the fact that they got Carroll's at 6 made a lot of sense. Just a point of note. Tomorrow we are also going to be doing another live show at 8, starting at 8 in the morning. Just reviewing everything from today and previewing some of the guys that will be available for picks 33, 36, and so on for both the Flames and Vancouver Canucks. Just going to take a very short breather while waiting for the Philadelphia Flyers to make their selection. Oh, and another trade to announce. The Flyers have traded number 21 for number 27, 62, and 120. So the San Jose Sharks have up to make another pick. You'd have to figure that Ryan Lynn is going to the Sharks. Yeah, the one frustrating thing with the trades is that it resets the clock, and yeah, like I do get it, but it's like this draft is taking forever, and like we're already 3 hours in, and it's only pick 21 now. Like still 12 more to go, so like might be done at like 9:30 our time, and yeah. And you have to figure that San Jose definitely takes Ryan Lynn with their needing of a defenseman. Getting Keaton Verhoff, like you have to expect with Lynn falling that. Yeah. And with that, San Jose wins the draft. Lynn being only 5'11", that's the only reason why he wasn't in that same tier as the top 10 guys. Just a fantastic player, and San Jose getting both him and Verhoff in this draft, like that's frankly going to be probably their top pairing when they get to the NHL. just a very good and shrewd move by Mike Greer to move up. Um, yeah, he had 57 points in 53 games in the WHL with Vancouver. Yeah, like honestly, if he was on a better WHL team, he probably would have been a top 10 player. Just an excellent pick by San Jose. Honestly, I would not be surprised if he ends up being the better player between him and Verhoff at the NHL level. Just a very good offensive defenseman, a smart overall two-way player. I am frustrated still that San Jose is in our division. Yeah, there. I know, like some Flames fans might be upset that we didn't move up to get Lynn, especially given the picks that were traded, because we could have easily matched that. But um, the Sharks are just further ahead in their developmental structure than what the Calgary Flames are. And it doesn't make any sense at this point for Calgary to have moved up to that specific spot, even though like Ryan Lynn's a very good player. Just part of the frustrating part of being in the draft, have a player that's really good that goes to a different team, and just wish him the best with San Jose, and looking forward to whoever the Flames get. There are still 5 guys that are on my list of who I'd like to pick at number 30, so the Flames will probably get one of them. There are, 3, 6, 8 guys still to be drafted, and 5 guys that are high on my list. So we will see. Vancouver is up in 2 draft picks with 2 high-end defensemen and Liam Ruck available. So we'll see. I think that they will probably go for the Liam Ruck, with their pick. Pittsburgh takes Liam Ruck. Well, that throws a wrinkle in it. Pittsburgh's next pick is number 39. You'd have to assume that nobody else wants the other Ruck twin alone. So thank you for that. That was my greatest worry as a Flames fan, was the Flames getting the Rucks. I'd rather Pittsburgh or Vancouver to have acquired that player, so not in our backyard. Don't have to worry about that, and can worry about other things and select our who we're wanting instead of you know that good pick by Pittsburgh. Just yeah, and it'll be interesting. I think that you'd have to assume that they go with the other ruck. No, and I think with Liam Ruck, he's a very good player. I just don't know if the pair being together is more important than them being separate. I don't think that Marcus Ruck, for example, would like if it was just him would have been a top 3 round pick. Probably like the end of the second round, but because of the two inflating each other, um, like I would definitely have taken Liam, but it's hard to say how much of it's driven by their chemistry versus um, their overall skill set. And Vancouver is now poised to get one of the top defensemen. And we're going to be joined by Dan Stevenson.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. I was surprised to see Liam Ruck go by a team that doesn't have 2 picks in short order.
I know. Their next pick is number 39.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised, like, if they know somebody's going to take Marcus, if they trade up to get a pick in advance. Like, say Calgary or Vancouver is high on Marcus, I could see
Well, and I wonder if Marcus's stock drops now with Liam off the board. Like, is this a pair that you want to have both pieces?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, it honestly, like, I think that, like, if Marcus Ruck was by himself and not, with his brother, he probably is a late second, early third round pick. Just talent wise, and because of his size and frame, like he's only 5'11", like 160. Like I could see him being like a 55 to 65 overall pick, but because of them inflating each other,
I kind of thought these two would slip to the second round just because that's where the next group of teams with like Calgary's in there and a few other teams have picks close together.
And I was thinking like Vancouver at 24 and 30 would have made sense. But yeah, have to say San Jose's won this freaking draft.
Vancouver doesn't pick at 30. Calgary picks at 30.
Or 24 and 33, pardon me.
Okay, there you
go. San Jose getting Stenberg, Verhoff, and Lynn. Like, what a draft for the Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's already on the upswing and still is going to be stocking their cupboards. Any picks that really surprise you today?
Just Dagenet with St. Louis. I feel like he went about 10 to 15 picks early. But no, the draft is pretty much going as expected. I kind of view that with the Vancouver Canucks coming up shortly, that the two big defensemen that are still on the board, Xavier Villeneuve and Tommy Belisle, that they will get one of them. I feel that getting Malhotra made a ton of sense, and for them to get one of the defensemen would definitely help their team and their prospect pool.
Yeah, I can see that. And you and Kevin are going to be breaking down those two teams later tonight, right?
Yeah, actually, Kevin should be on shortly. He's just getting home from work and getting some food before hopping on. He said that he was going to be here just after 8, so
he probably expected that we'd still be at pick 15 based on how this went last year.
Yeah. Well, and for how much we talked earlier about how quickly it's going, like we're already at the 3-hour mark. So, yeah, not really shocked. It'll probably be like 9:30 our time by the time it's finished.
Yeah, I mean, they've added in a few things. Like the Bill Guerin thing took some time, and there's been some trades, but I think it's nice that they were able to speed through the first half.
Yeah. Oh, another trade.
I'm still bothered by the coach thing. There's a lot of trades, both draft day and leading up to.
Wow, number 23 for Sebastian Casa.
That's a hefty price to play for Casa.
Yeah, considering he's already been passed on the depth chart by the Red Wings with one of their other guys.
If I was the Flames, I'd be sitting there going, geez, I wonder what Cooley's worth then.
Yeah, it's like
hey,
if
Casa's worth the 23rd overall pick, we could have traded into the top 5. This is I don't know. I think that if these guys are looking for a goaltender, you could get better than Sebastian Casa for cheaper, either in the summer by trade or during the free agency.
Yeah. Well, and one thing I'm happy about with that trade is that the Edmonton Oilers were going hard after Casa, so for him to go elsewhere is just great in my books.
Anywhere but Edmonton.
Yep. Death to the Oilers. Wonder why Detroit felt the need to move up if there is somebody specifically that they're after.
It must be. Or they really don't like Casa anymore.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if they went for like Jack Hextall as a center just to get some more center depth, especially with Dylan Larkin likely leaving sooner than later. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we know Dylan Larkin will be gone by the time training camp opens.
So who are you kind of looking at for pick number 30 for the Flames?
I don't have a specific player. I think they need to take a forward, though. Probably a centerman.
Mm-hmm.
They've got way too many wingers, as we know. I think they've got their defense set now. I think they need to get a young forward, probably a young centerman, at least into the system.
Yeah, my two favorites for number 30 are Igor Shilov and Simas Ignatoviskius.
I think one of them might be gone in the next picks.
Oh, I know. Same here.
JP Hurlburt just got drafted.
Oh, that's fine.
I don't know if I would have moved up for JP Hurlburt.
Well,
But I think, I mean, we've seen some interesting choices so far.
he's decent. Had 97 points in 68 games this year in the Dubs, so not a bad pick by the Red Wings. So, can't really complain with that. Definitely not somebody on the Flames' radar. The last thing they need is another left winger, skill or not. For me,
Yeah, I think right now they don't need any wingers.
Yeah. Well, they could use some right wingers, but that's very much a secondary concern. Centers and D men are still top of the list. Of the three main defensemen that are thought to be in the first round, Villeneuve, Belisle, and Sokolovsky. I would most like if Villeneuve fell to the Flames, if they go with another defenseman or Tommy Belisle. Don't mind the idea of Sokolovsky. It's just I don't feel that he's a first round talent.
You think they should take another defenseman?
I feel that they should take between picks 30 and 36. One of the two should be another defenseman. It just really depends on who's available. If say Villeneuve is there, that would be if it was. Well, frankly, if Sheeloff, he is my number one pick for number 30.
Matt, Kevin's here. Stop saying bad things about him.
Stop talking about me behind my back.
Well, it's in front of you now.
Part.
Well, yeah.
We have no problem talking about you to your face. Yeah. Never have.
Well, you suck.
Yes, you do.
Kevin, what are your thoughts on the draft so far?
Well, I guess we'll start with the Flames' first pick. I think this is the right choice. I know social media is a buzz about Viggo Bork. I just ultimately, I mean, I think we'll have to probably hear more from Conroy, but I don't think that they believe that he was a true centerman in the NHL. And if you can't, if you don't believe that, you can't take him. I think you have to go with Carson Garros, a guy that said that he wants to play for a Canadian team. And I of all of the conversation that has been had about this American don't draft Americans, I do think that that's something that I think that has to be significantly in play here. I think he's going to be a physical defenseman. I think he's going to bring up. He has the potential. I'm going to use that word. The potential to bring in a Dion Phaneuf, Robin Regeer type of presence to this lineup. This is a lineup that sorely needs that physicality. He's not going to play here right away, but you are kind of lean on the left side anyway. I mean, even if you're moving Perrette to the left side, you're still pretty lean over there organizationally. And Carroll's is a good ad. So I think overall, I'm happy with that one. Are you guys on my side, or should they work?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we were a little surprised that Chase Reed was there and they passed on him, but I think that Carroll's the right pick.
Well, I guess the two questions that I would have about Chase Reed is he dropped all the way.
And what I was saying to Matt is I wonder if there's something there that we don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, because Buffalo passed on him and the Rangers passed on him as well. So there might be something else we don't know about this that I think will be.
And I did hear that the Flames head scout Todd Button said there was one player that had a medical issue that they weren't really sure about. One wonders if that might have been Chase Reed, why he fell that far. And frankly, like this year's draft particularly is very stocked with defensemen. So like, honestly, I would not be surprised if the Flames are not done selecting defensemen. I know Vancouver, with them being up next, honestly, they should take a defenseman with their next pick. We will see, though. I think for Calgary, with picks number 30 and 36, that you're likely going to get one center and one defenseman with those two selections and go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, like, I mean, there's been kind of I think the big surprise was Buffalo taking Dax and Rudolph, but again, that's the Chase Reed. I wasn't really super surprised about Archer Smith's being picked as high, because my interview with Derek, he was higher on Arthur Smith, so he kind of wondered about that.
Yeah, I really liked Smiths too, and I think with the Rangers basically trying to still compete, him basically being NHL ready, I think that also factored into their calculus, because honestly, he makes the opening day lineup for them.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they got Pavel Dorofeyev as well. A bit of an overpay, in my opinion, in terms of.
I think that was a really boneheaded decision by Vegas. Yes, the Rangers are overpaying Dorofeyev slightly, but Vegas basically kneecapped their own team with that trade. I really don't get that. Like, he is the only young guy.
There's two names out there that feel like probably Vegas Golden Knights: Dylan Larkin and Jason Robertson.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're moving on from Dorofeyev to get one of those two.
Yeah. And, like, that's the only thing that makes sense, is if you're getting, I would presume, Robertson instead. But, you know, it's tough because, like, with the age of certain players on Vegas, you know, like, it just does not make a ton of sense. Like,
oh, wow.
Like,
sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. This is kind of a very cool moment. Spencer Moore is on who you're seeing on the screen. He was part of the Canucks telethon this year. He kind of became a star broadcaster. This is kind of an emotional moment for Canuck fans. It's really kind of cool. And they selected a forward named Adam Novotny.
No, surprised. They probably went with a defenseman instead, but Novotny's a fairly good player overall. So
players selected.
Yeah, 34 goals with Peterborough. Second most by a draft eligible skater in the OHL.
Yeah, you can never complain when you get a guy with who is a goal scorer, and frankly, Vancouver kind of needs talent everywhere.
Yes.
So, you know, getting a guy who can actually put the puck in the net, like, you know, even if he only turns into like a lesser Brock Besser, like a 20-goal guy at the NHL level, Vancouver needs people that can actually contribute at the NHL level. And just like earlier on the stream, like I was saying with getting Caleb Malhotra, like, he might not be a top line center at the NHL level, but you know that he'll be a damn good second line center and a stable player for that team. With the upside of being a top line center, but, you know, I basically compared him to Sean Monahan a bit, with better defensive instincts than what Monahan had. So, you know, and Vancouver kind of just needs some stable, like, NHL players from this draft, and Novotny should be a fairly good goal scorer for them down the road.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Canucks that's their two picks, and right, so they take Caleb. Kind of not a surprise. I guess ultimately, just to go back, I was not surprised San Jose took Stenberg. I think that people were. It's just tough to pass on a guy that is considered an all-round player in the draft.
Yeah, well, and I think that's why because they really wanted one of the defensemen, but it's like Stenberg is there though, and it's like, well, can we possibly trade one of our guys for another pick to get one of those guys? And just a masterclass. Like Eklund is fine, but Stenberg overall is a better player than Eklund.
Yeah.
And getting Verhoff as well. And then Lynn after all that, like absolute home run for the Sharks.
Yeah. It's hard not to say that San Jose has made the biggest splash in the draft. But that doesn't mean that they're going to win anything.
No, but with our division, they should be near or at the top along with Anaheim over the next 3-4 years.
Yeah.
Not necessarily this upcoming year, but, as we move down.
This thing is still too damn long.
I agree.
3.5 hours, and we're at our 24th pick.
I know you and I were kind of talking about when you came on.
We were
to wrap it up.
We were talking about this earlier, Kevin. That wow, the first 10 picks went through quite quickly.
Yeah, and then now it's been kind of a snail's pace.
Yeah, like honestly, I think it's going to take till 9:30 for everything to wrap up.
I was also saying to Matt how I really don't like this interview set with a fireplace in June.
Yeah, I heard you say that. It is better than what they did last year. I will say that. Like it is,
and I think that I think next year will be even better. They're still learning this format, but yeah, I think there's just been too much. One thing I am happy with though is a lot less celebrity and wasting time on that.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody's going to learn their lesson.
So who do we think Ottawa takes? I'm leaning towards either Mathis Preston or Jack Hextall.
25? Good question. I'll say Jack Hextall. You've scouted this part of the draft far better than I have.
I'm going to say Preston, just to be different.
Yeah. Well, frankly, I feel that they need a good offensive forward, much like Vancouver. If Vancouver didn't take him, I think Ottawa would have taken Novotny. So
we were both wrong. They took Jonas Lagerberg. Jonas Lagerberg from Finland is their pick.
Okay. That's a bit of a reach. Not really, but yeah.
I guess the other part of this, and we talked about this, Matt, in our draft preview, is we're kind of in the position of there's a glut here that you could make an argument either way, right?
Yeah.
Like Oscar Hemming went way earlier than I think a lot of people thought because he went 14. He went to Columbus. Jason Bukala had him at 24.
I may have torn Columbus a new one, saying that kind of pick is the reason why Columbus is perpetually garbage. Because, that was not a good pick by them.
Yeah, who did Bukala have mocked to Columbus? 13. Tynan Lawrence, and Lawrence went to St. Louis, right? Lawrence went a little earlier, went 11.
By the way, I love what St. Louis did with this draft, getting Lawrence, Mason McTavish, and then another center.
I thought the McTavish draft or the McTavish trade at this draft was a good one for them.
Yeah, and Dagenet. Like, they really solidified their center position for the next long term.
Yeah.
And a good little bit of shifting things around, like moving out Kyrou to get McTavish. I thought was a good little cycling of the deck chairs for them.
Yeah. What do we think of Buffalo's cycling of deck chairs? They get out Bo and Byram. They bring in Owen Zellweger.
That's not going to be a huge drop off, like much like with Nemec to the Flames, like buried behind two other really good defensemen in Anaheim. And I figure that like he'll probably get an opportunity to eat some of the offensive side of it for the Sabres to replace Byram and kind of like reset the clock a bit in terms of the cap hit and all that. Like instead of spending $12 million on Byram, getting a slightly lesser good player and being able to use that cap space in other ways instead. I think that was a good. Getting Dax and Rudolph, yeah. I view that.
I kind of understand it.
Yeah, same here. Because like they're looking for a 1-to-1 replacement for Byram, and if you're gonna pick one from this draft, that is Rudolph, frankly.
And he's got a physical presence about him. There's the other than Carroll's. That top of the draft doesn't have
Bruiser type guy. Yeah.
And they don't have that in really. I don't know if they have that in that organization.
No, like Power is a big guy, but he's not a physical defenseman, and Dahlin, that's not his game. So,
yeah.
What do you guys think about all the trading we've seen both today and this week?
I view that the NHL is just kind of like what we're doing isn't working, so let's just flip the script a little bit. And I view that like a lot of teams are just kind of stuck, not where they're wanting to be, and with certain teams actually taking the risk to make moves, and seeing what other teams are doing to be successful, and like you look at teams like Vegas and Tampa Bay who have been fairly, on the ball with everything, that, having that ability to shake things up when they need to get what they need. Other GMs are taking those kind of lessons and not afraid to, shuffle things around like you're seeing with St. Louis and like Buffalo.
I think the fact that the cap's going up has some bearing on this too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of former first round picks that are being traded too. Like as an example, Sebastian Cossa, another one. Nemec coming to Calgary.
Yeah. Well, and even another trade.
Yeah, the Canadians have moved up from Vegas. Vegas gets 28 and a third, I believe, is the trade. Yeah, Mason McTavish, a high pick.
Yeah. Well, and like even Hendricks from.
Seems like a heavy price to move 2 spots.
Well, I think Xavier Villeneuve is about to be selected because French-Canadian defenseman. And with them having Lane Hutson, like, getting a Frenchie, to me, that makes perfect sense for them. I would be floored if it's not Villeneuve.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, because I was kind of expecting them to go with either Dagenet or Villeneuve if either of them fell to 28. But, with Dagenet going so early and Villeneuve being there, like to me, it makes perfect sense. And he kind of fits that team's overall dynamic.
Can we give some props here to maybe one of the most underappreciated guys of the draft, and that's the jersey preparer?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's been doing a fantastic job.
unlike the old days where, they just gave you a blank jersey, they're putting everyone's name on the jersey this time. And that guy doesn't actually get the information until we do. Like, he gets it the same time the commissioner says the pick is in. So if you watch the amount of time it takes from the time the commissioner says the pick is in, to the time they hand the kid their jersey, this guy has managed to, they already have the 26 numbers on the jersey, but he's managed to, put the guy's name together, put it on the jersey, and get it to the stage.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then you got trades and stuff too. Yeah, good job for sure.
Well, that's it. I mean, he's probably got jersey queued up in this point for Vegas, and that's to quickly change it for Montreal. It's like, I don't know. In the Olympics when they send one team's ice factory, I don't know whose jersey guy they've sent to this, if this is the in-house jersey guy or whatever. But when Calgary hosts the draft in the new building at some point, do you think we're going to have our staff preparing for this? Is there like time trials you do?
Yeah. Lots of praise, by the way, coming out about Novotny for the Canucks. Rick Dollarwell, Oak raved. I'll just make sure I read this here. I know. One, Oak raved Novotny, the person. NHL teams told me after his interviews how impressed they were in Adam as a person. He's a great teammate as well as a great character. So,
Pugachov got traded or taken by Montreal.
Oh,
wow! I'm actually floored. I would have assumed that they took Villeneuve, but said
Did not
going
work
with the
for
big 6
trade.
foot.
Excuse me.
I like it. He's a big right winger. Definitely fits with the rest of their team because they need some size, but unless they felt the team at 29 was going to get him, I don't understand the need to trade up. But
well, this is one we don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
Can we just go back to Carol's for a quick second because I do have a question.
Yeah.
Kind of look at this blue line now. And really just a quick thought on the Nemec trade while I'm at it. I don't think that this was as expensive as people are making it out to be.
Oh, yes, God, no. It's to me, it's a bargain.
Because you're going to get that first-round pick for Blake Coleman and a first-round pick for Zach Whitecloud. So you're going to get that back. You've got the assets to replace that anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, and if you trade Morgan Frost, too, you're going to get a first.
I don't think Coleman gets us a first.
I do. I do.
Maybe a late.
I think at the very least it's a conditional first. I just think he has
conditional, maybe, but I mean, look back at the trade deadline. There was no winger of his caliber that went for a first.
He would have went for a first if the Flames traded him.
Yeah,
maybe
Dallas was offering a first for him at the deadline, but we used the retention slot on Kadri instead, which that is the right move. So, and frankly, getting Strome, you're gonna likely, if he bounces back, which he should, because he'll get all the opportunity in the world to do so. You're likely going to get a second and a third for him at a minimum. If you trade Farabee, that's another second-round pick or more.
And even these teams that might give a first are going to be a late first, which is what we just gave up.
Yeah. No, and
my question here is eventually, is Kevin Ball expendable?
Oh yes, yeah.
I don't think it's
not right away, but yeah, and you got to figure that if you have Nemec and Brustevich and Parekh and Carroll's on your team, Ball, you could hypothetically have him on your third pair, but that does seem like a little bit of a waste for him in terms of the asset that he is. Not a bad idea if you keep him, but it just depends on how things shake out. And the one concern I have about the Flames blue line is a lack of size. Like Parekh is 6 foot, Carroll's is 6'1", Nemec is 6'1", Bruce Davidge is, I think, 5'10", 5'11", might be 6 foot. But like nobody big. I would not be surprised, honestly, if the Flames take Maxim Sokolovsky at some point because he's a 6'8" behemoth.
That is over because the Flyers just took him.
Okay, well there you go.
6'7".
Yeah,
6'7",
6'8".
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was, I'm not surprised that he went in the first round, but yeah.
Yeah.
With the Flames up in a couple of picks, for me, my rankings, I would like Sheilov or Villeneuve, with Belisle being like right there as well. Like 1, 2, 3, and like there's only 2 picks, so that would be my order of preference.
Going back to your question, Kevin, I don't think there's any need to move. Like, I don't think you're actively shopping Ball at this point. I think keeping a guy like that on your blue line when the Flames are, yes, some of these guys are new and exciting. I don't know. I don't think, for example, Carroll's is in the NHL next year, but look at what we saw with the struggles of Parekh in his first year. I think you're going to want to keep some veterans around. I mean, if somebody calls you and blows your socks off, maybe, but I don't think you're out there actively shopping Ball at this point.
Let me clarify. I don't think Ball is expendable this year, but I think probably next year.
Like 2 years from now. Yeah. No.
I'm not willing to trade Frost or Farabee yet. I would rather wait to see what happens at the trade deadline.
Oh, no, I think that, like, basically everybody is a trade deadline thing. Like, I think that you keep White Cloud until the trade deadline. I wouldn't move him now. Like, if we had got one of these picks upcoming, sure, but, I would want a first-round pick for him, and, I don't see that happening right now. So we'll see, because there are only 3 picks available for us to trade. White Cloud could possibly flip him to Anaheim because they're losing both Trouba and Gudas this year, but I don't think that.
Again, I think that if that happens, that's a deadline move at the earliest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to keep White Cloud for the year. The only guy that I could see that realistically being traded this offseason is Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
I just I know that we're okay with the Flames being bad, but they have nothing up the middle if they trade Morgan.
Oh, I know. Well, and I view Frost getting dealt at the deadline. Because then it's like, well, who cares? Like, we're going to be bad for the last 20 games. We were going to be bad anyway for the last 20 games. Who
and
cares?
If Coleman gets dealt, I think it's going to be not until probably mid-July once teams see what they can either get on the free agent market or what they can trade their way into. I don't think Coleman is number 1 on anyone's list. And I imagine the guys that Jason Roberts are holding that trade up. You're not going to get Coleman if you can get Roberts.
Yeah.
Like the kind of teams, those 10 teams that would be on Coleman's list, he's probably number 2 or 3 option for a lot of them.
Yeah.
And I imagine that you won't see it before July 1st anyways, because I think Calgary have to use a retention spot for that, and they have none done, or they have none available until July 1st.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people wondered why it didn't get done before the draft. I think that's exactly why.
I just don't think the Flames. I think the Flames are going to be as patient as possible. They don't need to be in a rush to trade Coleman. There's going to be teams that are going to be interested in Coleman right up until the trade deadline. So that's one that I think you can hold. Even White Cloud, and I would think that you want White Cloud to play with Parekh as much as possible. and get him going. And then, I mean, the other guy that people have been talking about, and I don't think that they should do it. Are you open to trading Devin Cooley?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm not.
Not yet, but at some point, yeah. I would have to see how Sergachev does, or Sergeyev, pardon me, does this season, and if he's looking like he's ready to step in as an NHL goaltender, it might make Cooley expendable at the deadline. It also depends on what Cooley does, frankly, between now and then as well.
Yeah.
I think if somebody's willing to pay the price it would take to bring Cooley in because they think he's their starter, I'd move him.
Yeah.
Like if someone's willing to give you what it would take to get, a 1A goalie out of you, not saying he's a 1A here, but I think if someone's willing to pay me that premium, I'd move him today.
I just want to see where Owen Say is at. Like I don't
really think he's the important one. The guy that's coming over, Kirill Zarubin, that's the other X factor, frankly.
But even then, I think you could trade your way into a veteran goalie for 1 year if you needed to.
Yeah, like insert name of, like former veteran guys like Joey McDonald back in the day.
Let's just say that if Sebastian Cossa goes for a late pick, imagine late first, imagine what you could get for Cooley.
Well, even if you got, like, say, pick 30 type of, or 32 or something like that in a future trade, like, that would be worth it.
We have another trade. The Flyers pick 28th for Vegas's 29th. So I think Vegas is trying to get that Calgary 30th pick.
Well, Vegas just traded up.
Yeah. Okay. So who's on the clock? It's Vegas on the clock now, right?
No.
Anaheim traded the 29th and 117th for the 28th.
Okay. So
Anaheim Vegas swap spots.
Okay. Oh, okay. Good thing you're here.
Yeah. Honestly, I view that one of the defensemen or Preston is going to go. We'll see, though. Yeah. Like Anaheim, they did take Klepov, who is a high-end skilled center or right winger, so they might be wanting another good scorer. So maybe a guy like Sheilov makes sense for them. Get the Russians, basically.
We were just talking about goalies here. If I look at goalies that are available, then okay, let's say that they were to move Cooley. I think even a guy like Eric Comrie or Cam Talbot, there's enough guys that are good enough that I think you could slot in for a year until you figure out what you want to do.
Well, and especially like on a rebuilding team, like it really.
Yeah, this is not a team that has to win.
Yeah, like it really doesn't matter.
No, and all those young guys you mentioned, Matt, I would rather get play time in the A than sit on the bench in the NHL.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. It's just in case of, like say you traded Cooley at the deadline, you could get away with the last like 15, 20 games being Sergachev being the backup. Marcus Nordmark, yeah, that's a good pick for them.
You want to really screw with Flame fans' heads? Bring in Stuart Skinner.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I would for the last. Backup. Yeah.
Yeah, perfectly fine backup.
You're not looking to this guy to be your starter. If you brought him in to sit on the bench and watch Wolf play, I'd be fine with that.
I think he'd be. I actually think he'd fit with the Flames too. if you went that way. He's got like a calm demeanor. There's not a lot of expectations around him. I think he was put in a bit of a scapegoat position in some ways in Edmonton, not in all ways.
According to one of the insiders on Calgary Puck, they're going forward next. So, yeah, who knows who, but look forward with the next pick. I would assume that either Preston or Sheilov. I would personally go with Sheilov because he reminds me a lot of what Gridden brings to a team. So we shall see soon. But
it's amazing to me how many times some of these picks have moved. Like I'm just looking at this 29th pick. It was Vegas to Anaheim to St. Louis to New York to Colorado, now back to Vegas. Like it's crazy.
The trade dynamic this year has been absolutely interesting because the free agency is going to be kind of a dud.
And even Montreal's pick, it went Dallas, Carolina, the Rangers, Vegas, and then to Montreal. So just a lot of picks cycling through everybody. Anyway, as you were saying.
Yeah.
If I was Connor, I'd be calling Vegas now going, hey, remember that condition on our trade? We get the higher of your picks? Give us 29.
Yeah.
Hey, what about this? Could you do something with Pittsburgh to see if they want Marcus Ruck?
Sure.
Yeah, but I don't really think.
I think if they wanted him, they would have got in by now.
Well, the Penguins took Liam.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they wanted Marcus, I think they would have traded into a spot by now.
Yeah, because Penguins have 39 and 54. Like, that's a little too far to fall.
I mean, if you're going to take Marcus, if you're Pittsburgh, 39 would probably be the spot.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel that he falls to there anyway.
Yeah. I did ask Derek what they would be like not playing with each other. So I think it will be fascinating. So, okay. So Anaheim we're now on 29. So Vegas has to make their pick here.
Either make it or trade it. Someone's got to make the pick.
Yeah. We have to go through pick 29.
The pick is in. Vegas is actually making a first-round pick.
And it's a defenseman named Juho Piparainen. Is that how I pronounce that?
That's not
bad. Sounds as good as any pronunciation.
Future prospect traded from Vegas for a superstar player.
Yeah. Big guy, 6'2", 203. Good overall player. Not as flashy offensively as either Villeneuve or Belisle, but yeah, I'm really hoping for Sheilov. I feel that he would be a great pick for the Flames. Would not be surprised if they went with Mathis Preston either. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
There we saw the Jersey guy hard at work.
Yes. Yeah. Way to go, Jersey guy.
When you buy a jersey at the Saladome, it takes an hour from the crested. This guy can do it in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, they got the Jersey guy for when they make trades, for White Cloud and Strom, they can drum that up pretty quickly, though, too, right?
Yeah, but not in 5 minutes.
No.
And that's going to be different, too. You're not heat pressing those, right? Those have a lot more work. Because you got to stitch all the letters onto a name bar and stitch that onto the jersey.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair to this guy, and when I'm saying the people at the Dome, they've got to line up every letter. The NHL probably has all these name bars made for pretty much every team.
Yeah, probably. Because unless you're picking a guy from the third round that is projected to go the third round into the first, you kind of have an idea of who your top.
Then they'd probably have to delay so Jersey guy can do his job.
Yeah. All right.
So all right, Ned. Does Lanny get back up there, or does Gary make our pick?
I would assume Lanny gets back out there. Make the old man work.
I said this last year. I mean, I understand why the Flames want to send Lanny, but for these young guys, I would have Jerome up there as well because they grew up watching Jerome, not Lanny. Their dads grew up watching Lanny.
I feel like there's something. I don't know how to say this.
Send them both.
I'm going to say it this way. Do you know how there's always the older person at the party that wants the chair, and they always have to have the chair?
You and I go to very different parties.
Or the family part or the family gathering, Uncle Bob needs to sit in the chair, and it's only Uncle Bob that can sit in the chair. No one else can sit at the chair except Uncle Bob. I feel like this is Lanny being out for these things. It's only Lanny at this point until Lanny is gone.
But that's why I would start to transition somebody else in. Instead of it being a sad day when all of a sudden Lanny's not there and Jerome is, or whoever the next guy is, start to have them work together so we have that transition plan.
I actually would go even further though, Dan, and not even Jerome. Like, the Flames need to have some like Tate McRae, although somewhat not popular in some circles, but she's a Flames fan. What about her?
I've never liked the idea of the fan doing it or like the musician. I want someone from the team.
Unless it's like somebody notable, like say Trebek with the Ottawa Senators, for example.
Hey, Colby Smulders did the third pick for the Canucks.
If you're going to send a celebrity from Calgary, I'd send Bret Hart.
Oh, I think that's long past too.
There we go. Lanny's coming back.
Don't spoil it in case you see who it is. Rather just hear it be announced.
Is he thanking the world here? What's going on?
The last one that'll probably ever happen at the Dome.
Jack? Is everybody there?
Yep.
Okay. Can I say it?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Jack Hextall is the 30th pick for the Calgary Flames. Center right winger, played at USHL Youngstown. Right shot, 20 goals, 58 points in 59 games. I don't mind this pick. I know that I know you wanted to go a different way, but they do need some right shot skill in this organization. There's some versatility. The only thing it's a 30th pick. He's kind of along the glut of centermen that they already have in this organization, but they still need to do it. Don't mind.
To me, he reminds me a lot of like Jack Roslovic, where lots of skill, but not really sure if he becomes anything more than like a depth scorer on the NHL team. I did like the thought of him, but more as a second round pick. Like when the Flames picked 35th and 36th, it was kind of the thought, or possibly at 51. I feel like this is a little high for him, but not sad with that pick. Looking ahead to the Flames picking at 36, like the odds that Sheilov or Ignatoviskis or Belial or Villeneuve still being there is high. Like there's only like 6 picks before we pick again. So like those guys like unless those are literally the next 4 picks, like
And you have an evening to convince other GMs they don't want those guys.
exactly.
And Matt, you mentioned that Hextall will probably be a depth guy, and we've talked about this on Fireside Chat, and I know I've talked about this with Kevin as well, but not everybody can be your top 6. Not everybody can be your star. You need 12 forwards. You need 6 defensemen. So even if Jack Hextall becomes a good depth guy, I mean, let's be honest, Michael Backlund is probably going to become the longest serving Flame, and he has arguably been a depth guy his whole career.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That's fine.
Oh, no, for sure. And, like, he's a good secondary scorer, I feel, but more like a guy that will chip in, like, 15, 20 goals. More or less like a Sharon Govich type guy, but not as inconsistent. Yeah. Can't complain getting another center. At least he is center-sized instead of, like, Cullen Potter, who will be a winger at the NHL level. Yeah, can't complain. Anytime you get a right shot center, even if he ends up being a right winger down the road, that is also an organizational need. Can't complain. So, yeah, and apparently, according to Pat Steinberg, the Flames really liked his hockey sense, which, frankly, when it comes to guys in the 2nd and 3rd round, that is important, because if they can't understand what they're doing on the ice, then, those guys don't tend to translate. So, having smart people on there, really like the pick.
Who was 31? I missed that? Was the
Hasn't come in yet?
Oh, okay. Just a reminder for those who don't know, the Ottawa Senators cannot trade 32.
Yeah.
There's a thanks we got a subscriber. Thank you. But there was a question in the chat about this. I'll just put this up here. Ottawa cannot trade 32nd. This was a part of the Evgeny Dadonov fiasco that happened with Ottawa, that they
lost the pick and then were giving it back.
Yeah. So,
and I was kind of thinking that the NHL might give Vegas a second back, but they didn't.
I'm glad they didn't, actually. I think it was. Yeah, I'm glad that they did not do that.
I do believe that the Panthers, well, frankly, between 17 and about 45, there's not a huge gulf in talent between any of those players. And with you guys picking at 40 and 48, honestly, you're going to get 2 guys that are equally as good as the guys that would be available at 31, 34, 35. Like, there are so many guys that are very talented. There's not really a huge drop-off in talent.
Yeah.
I think if Florida wants to trade up, I'd be trading into, like, 33, not into the first round. I think you could save yourself some capital.
Yeah, I agree. And, like, realistically, with the Panthers system, getting extra prospects into the system is probably a better idea, just because of all the trades that they've made previously to get, guys like the Tkachuk brothers, etc. They need some youth to come into the organization, even if only just to use as further trade pieces.
Yeah.
Brooks Rakowski, he's fine. I don't view him as probably being an NHL player. He, to me, is kind of like Hunter Smith from years gone by, former Flames pick who was drafted basically because he's big and he had some offensive numbers in the
I remember him.
league. I don't view him as a future NHL player. and if he is, it'll be just as like a fourth line guy, like a physical fourth line guy. But not worth using a second on.
Here's a couple of Flames questions I'll toss out at you. Do the Flames take a goalie early in the second round?
I think that the Flames will take a goalie in the second round. I just don't know as if it's going to be. We got another trade.
Yeah, it looks like Carolina making it. Oh, Carolina moved out. And who moved
31 going to Nashville.
Okay.
For 42 and 56.
Yeah, and to Anthony, the guy that asked that question, if you look at what Carolina just did, like there's not really a huge gulf in talent between 31 and 42. So like they just got a free second round pick for moving down a little bit. There are so many good young players in this draft that, there's my list of players that I personally like a lot is about 15 players long of what's left. And, if you're looking at like how many picks are left, like you'd be able to get one of those at 48. The Flames probably will get one at 51 and 55 as well.
Well, you got to think. I think when you're saying that though, Matt, you've also got to put that into context, right? I mean, Carolina did a trade out of the first round, but this is also the team that just won the Stanley Cup. They don't have an immediate need for young players. If that was the Flames who did that, that would have been questionable.
Yeah.
Oh,
I agree. But, just adding on to the point that I was making, as for goaltenders, there are like 4 or 5 that are pretty good, but none that like clearly stand above everybody else. But like I think that both Vancouver and Calgary should add another one to their system.
I'm a believer you should always draft a goalie in every draft.
You guys don't know if you got to use a second rounder for it.
Right. Fair. Oh, we lost Matt.
Sorry about that.
That's all good. Yeah. My second question, does Connor Zary get traded tomorrow?
I would assume yes. And like I'm figuring that they're looking for a second round pick, but they probably were wanting one this year, but probably will settle for one in 27 or 28. And Nashville got Belisle, who was one of the guys that I wanted, but
I don't think that anyone's willing to pay a second rounder right now. Like I think if you're stuck on that price, you might be holding Zary for a while. If you're willing to say no, let's start the talk at a second, and we'll come down to a third and a fourth or something, you'll move him. But I don't know, based on what we're seeing the prices of things right now, I don't know who's going to pay a second for Zary.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to. Like, I think if he wants to be traded, I'm, and I don't know if he does, but there's clearly I'm just going to put it just as diplomatically as possible. It feels like there's a difference in philosophy between the Zary and the Flames organization. But if he wants to be traded, he's going to have to come into camp and show his worth.
Well, and considering he already held out with this team, like, honestly, my patience for Connor Zary, period, is nearing 0. And kind of thinking that it would be a kind of an addition by subtraction at this point. So, like,
I mean, if he really wants out and I'm Conrad said, fine, I'll waive you.
Yeah. Honestly, if you only got a third-round pick for Zary or a fourth, fine. Like, honestly, like, whatever Hendricks got, I can't remember the exact details.
2 picks.
Yeah. Couldn't remember the second one. I know he got a third, but I couldn't remember the other one. If you got that return, then sure, fine, because they're basically the same player.
Yeah.
I just can't see anybody lining up for Connor Zary right now. I don't know who's going to say, wow, the best guy on the market is Zary. Like, I think even if I'm a GM, I could probably find something I think similar to Zary, probably on the free agent market.
Yeah. We'll see. So those were my two second early questions. The other question about Bennington and Hellebuck, I would think Hellebuck is going to get traded. If he gets traded, it's probably closer to July 1st when Florida decides what happens with Bobrovsky. I think what happens with Bobrovsky will depend on what happens with Hellebuck.
Because I think that some teams might rather find go and sign Bobrovsky, and as a free agent, and if they miss out on him, then cycle back to Hellebuck and Bennington.
Yeah, Bennington is. I feel like he is likely to be an Oiler, but excuse me, I got a call here. Just want to make sure that we got this. Hello? Yeah. It's Mike Babcock. Just make sure that we don't talk about Mike Babcock in a rude way, because Mike Babcock has done Mike Babcock things for Mike Babcock years, okay?
I'm surprised he called you and didn't just grab your phone and look at it.
Mike, have you heard of Nicholas Lidstrom? Mike Babcock is the reason you've heard of Nicholas Lidstrom. Mike Babcock is the greatest thing since Mike Babcock. Don't talk bad about Mike Babcock ever again. And I will wear that blazer in an uncomfortable way. Thank you very much. Mike Babcock out.
Yeah, I'm really glad that the Edmonton Oilers went out and got Mike Babcock. Anytime that you can see your least favorite team do something really catastrophically stupid, it's a great day.
It's incredible.
Yeah. A-class.
That has the ability of either going spectacularly well or an unmitigated disaster, but there's no in between. It is no in between.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
And if it becomes a disaster, I think this is the kind of disaster where you've got guys that are important to that team saying, I'm out of here. And it's not just a disaster for now. It sets the Oilers back a couple of years.
Yeah.
This
is where, if you're a team like the Flames, you're a team like the Canucks, the Sharks are kind of doing this. You're setting yourself up to taking control of the Pacific Division.
Oh, yeah.
This is your opportunity to do it.
All right, the last pick is in.
And who is it?
Jackson Cover.
Around the place, I think people were expecting him to be picked as well.
Yeah, maybe a little high, but around there.
Yeah, bit of a reach. Not obscene in terms of a reach, but wouldn't have been my choice. But honestly, I didn't have him on the draft list for the Flames at all, just because left winger. Because if there's one area the Flames are covered,
it's the left wing. It's wing entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Ottawa needs some forwards, and that's as good of a pick as any, really. I view him as being probably about 15 spots higher than he should have gone. But further to what we just said, the talent level between guys rated 30th and 50th are minimal anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah. Just one more before we just wrap up here. One of the things I was just thinking about Ottawa here. Doesn't it feel like when we talk about Ottawa draft picks, we usually use the word reach?
Yeah.
like Tyson Boucher. I look back on that one. That was a bit of a reach, and that hasn't worked. The defenseman they took a few years ago, that it didn't work. I mean, they hit this on the Stützle and the Sanderson and the Tyler Clemens, but there's a lot of reaching in Ottawa. I'm very curious.
Well, and I think not just with their drafting, but I mean, I can't think for years of what Ottawa's identity has been, right? And I think that when you can't define that, how can you draft into it?
Yeah. The whole Brady, like the whole situation of how the Brady, like the whole Brady Kachuk situation. I mean, I think ultimately, I wonder if this organization is going to be better without Brady.
Oh, I think so fully.
Yeah. But I also, yeah, it'd be interested to see what William Eklund does and these guys do. They've got a bunch of guys, I feel like, in Ottawa. And maybe Tim Stützle can take a step, and Jake Sanderson is a good step. But I don't quite feel they're in Montreal's camp. I feel like Montreal is still a little bit ahead of them when you look at the Eastern Conference. Yeah, but
I think they might take an immediate step back, but I think in the long run, it'll be a step forward.
Yeah.
I think we might have questions next year of, okay, where's our scoring coming from? Or, hey, we got to find a new leader or something like that. But I also think that Ottawa might be a team that you see go out and get some older guys in free agency just to bring in some leadership after what they've lost.
In my understanding of that Ottawa situation with Brady was there were some players on that team that weren't happy with him. And I wonder if that just sort of galvanizes his team a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and we've seen that before where some teams, like, they just have somebody that they view as being a toxic influence on the team. And, they come together afterwards. So...
And I wonder if Brady was a bad influence or a bad captain.
A bad captain.
Right? Like, this is what we see so often is, okay, we're a team. Let's just put our C on our top guy, not necessarily on our best leader. Or our top young guy, not necessarily our best leader.
It's, that, like, you look at Vancouver, I think that's ultimately what happened with Quinn Hughes getting the captaincy. He was just... with the situation that was going on in Vancouver with the Miller-Pettersson feud, he just, especially when they lost Ian Cole and Nikita Zadorov and a lot of the veterans that Rutherford brought in, I just don't think he was able to guide the room the way that he should have been able to. And I think I blame that more. I blame that a lot on age. He was a young captain, and I think that's the danger of having a young captain.
I think that, fans love it, and it's fun to have a young captain for fans. But I'm of the belief that, if you need to, go and get a grizzled veteran, even if he's your third line guy. I mean, the Flames captain is their 2 or 3C, depending on the night. It doesn't have to be your top line guy.
Yeah. No. And sometimes it's better it's not, because especially in a Canadian market where there's so much on the shoulder, right?
Well, and like realistically, like with them switching out Kachuk for Eklund, in terms of just pure offensive talent, like they basically 1-for-1 it. Like, I don't see it being a huge drop off from one to the other. And, it just gets rid of a distraction. And like you could tell, especially like post Olympics, that like any of the American guys that were on Canadian teams, like Austin Matthews.
I really want to get a look at that Team USA group chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all pretty much like, get me the F out of Canada because they hate me. And it's like, we don't hate you because you're American. We hate you because you're being a douche.
Yeah. You're not understanding the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that wraps this up. Do we need to do anything else?
I do want to mention that we're going to be back online tomorrow morning, bright and early, to kind of look ahead to the second round and kind of things go a lot quicker. It starts at
Yeah,
9 a.m. and like it's a pick a minute for rounds 2 through 7.
For those that haven't seen it, nobody goes to stage. Nobody does an interview. Teams just submit their pick and move on.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
basically it's from the computer.
Yeah.
You're going online?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I will be there bright and early, ready to go, and yeah, I would like one or both of you to join, even if it's just for the second round, because of the Flames having 5 picks in the first.
I will join. I will join after 1:00 because that's when my shift ends. So I'll bring the computer to work and we can do that. No pressure.
Right.
And then we will be recording a full Fireside Chat episode on Sunday, which will probably be out to people to listen to on Monday. We'll talk about the whole draft. We'll talk about some of the recent signings we've seen for the Flames, and we'll also look ahead and preview what may or may not happen after July 1st.
Yes.
Who might come if Lomberg stays. I mean, that's really the only UFA they've got. All those sort of things.
Yeah. All right.
I think before we shut down, I just want to acknowledge Todd Button. I think he's the longest serving head of scouting. He's coming into his 30th year with the team, if I've counted this correctly.
Yeah.
He's done a really good job. I like the last few years. I think the draft philosophy in the Flames, and maybe something we can dig into more tomorrow. The draft philosophy has changed a lot under Greg Conroy, and I think that's probably in terms of like with the Canucks. Sean and I are trying to develop a drinking game called development, because it's not only about draft; it is about development. And I think the Flames have kind of focused a lot more on that, but we can discuss that more tomorrow. How we're seeing that. Because Matt has been on air for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I do think we should acknowledge Matt being on air for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, I can
this
talk
is Matt's
a lot.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's fine, but still, that's as a person that is an on-air broadcaster, I totally understand how long that is, and you know.
Yeah. Hey, it's one of those I could keep going all night.
Yeah. Well, let's rest you. Let's get you bright and early tomorrow morning. What time are you on tomorrow morning?
I'm going to be starting at 8 a.m.
All right.
Give or take. Maybe 8:15. Have to feed the cats.
Feed the cats. That's always important. All right.
Or they'll start trying to attack me. So, better them than me.
Fair enough. Yep. Okay. Thank you, everyone that joined us through this chat. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. We will talk to you all very soon. Bye for now.
Go team.
Yeah.
Go team.